Welcome, everybody, to the VRML Ignition Cup. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. I am joined by my co-caster, Palador, who I'll get up on camera soon enough. Palador, how are you feeling this afternoon? We're here, and we're getting ready for our first best-of-5 series in a long Swiss bracket with a tremendous amount of teams participating in the Ignition Cup.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just doing my John Cena impression right now, but I'm here, and I'm excited. We've had some great games in OCE Day 1 for Ignition Cup. Likewise for EU, which we just wrapped up about an hour ago. And now we're starting this NA portion of our weekend. Of course, a 2-weekend-long extravaganza in the case of NA. And there I am, and here we are, Knight.
Yeah, we'll send you up, Palador. You're all okay. And into the action. We are just a few moments away from diving into it, and we wanted to give a quick shout out to everyone that's been tuning in and patiently waiting for the start of this Ignition Cup. It is, I think, maybe the biggest tournament that we've ever done in the VRML in terms of how many teams are participating here, from NA to EU to OCE. We've done OCE in their Swiss bracket already earlier today. Last night, technically, if you're in the West Coast. We had EU this morning, which was fantastic. 6 rounds completed. And now, Palador, we're right back into it with North America.
Yeah.
And today, we have planned out for 4 rounds. Tomorrow, another 4 rounds. Saturday, we play out the single elimination bracket of next weekend. So
yeah,
we've got a lot of Orion Drift ahead of us, Pally. I can't complain.
Boy, are we busy. We have 3 streams for you for Orion Drift here today. So you have some options to look across as we get on with this tournament. But of course, even in VRML as a whole, we're just talking about the growth of it. We have this weekend alone, like dozens of streams running between our different games, Breachers and Veil and what have you. Just so many things going on. But Orion Drift here, definitely a force to be reckoned with, a prominent rising force in VRML and in the VR esports scene. You're right, Knight. We've had a lot of participation, in across our leagues, but for a weekend-long tournament like this, we've done Challenge Cups, we've done some Rookie Cups, but these are not rookie numbers. This is insanity what we're seeing.
No, I think at the end of the day, it is 129 teams, which is just, to me, insane that many teams have signed up for a tournament here.
Yeah.
It's this community that Another Axiom has fostered, and ultimately the support that they provide to that community too. We're only able to do a big tournament like this because Another Axiom, the developers of this game, are supporting VRML in this endeavor. They're providing us this custom 4v4 build, which is still in early development, so that we can play this super competitive tournament. We have 8 arenas in a server. We have 12 servers that have been stood up for this weekend just for this tournament. All of that only possible with direct support from Another Axiom. So a big shout out to them, everything they've been able to do for us, provide us, updating the builds, all of that stuff, changing the colors, the schematics so that it matches Ignition Cup. It's awesome that they are so in tune with us and we're able to do what we're able to do for this tournament. So I'm really looking forward to the first round, which we are just a few minutes away from, so I do appreciate you all dealing with us as we stall for you. But
hey, happy to do it. Nice. This is like the relaxing part, because then once it's casting, it's exciting, but man, is it stressful sometimes. So, catching up with the people there in the chat, because we already see, not even started yet, we're approaching 100 viewers there as well, in addition to our 100-plus teams. See Pocketed, Jucifer, Mungi. Nice to see you guys. Really happy to have you guys joining us for our streams here today. And Knight, just to go back to your previous point real quick, talking about AA and the efforts here, and early access is this game, but I think the ceiling for what we're going to see is going to be infinitely large, knowing the crew behind it. You guys watching on stream right now, at some point in the stream, maybe a couple times even, you're going to see those cool reels and highlights from VRMLCon of past years. A lot of those players that you see there on the casting desk, the players that you see there showing off their medals, as we bring it up for you right now, smiling, showing off their medals, cheering, wearing those headsets from our VRMLCons of the past. Guess what? A lot of those guys are the same ones in AA now, making this game, making Orion Drift the best it can be. So if you don't think that this team knows what they're doing, I mean, like I said, just look at the footage. These, just like VRML here is made up of gamers from these esports, made up of gamers for gamers, community-based type thing. The roots of AA is very much the same, as we see Ender and Strembitsky there being interviewed in the reels. So amazing stuff up ahead, and just really awesome how things have developed here across the league for these last 8-9 years now, Nightfire, and just growing incredibly with all these faces who are, a lot of them here from the beginning. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's so awesome that we've been able to ride from 2023 to 2024 to now 2025 again for the Phoenix Invitational and the VRMLCon Invitational. It is a huge opportunity that we're so happy to be able to present. The qualifier, which comes up pretty soon, June 27th to 29th, determines the 16 teams that will be able to travel to Phoenix to play live on 2 stages at the Arizona State University Media Experience Immersive Center. It's going to be an incredible venue. We're selling tickets pretty fast. There's a lot of folks that are going to be attending. This could be our most attended convention that we've ever held. And in total, there's over $20,000 to earn. So if you buy a ticket, you can enter into all 5 of the tournaments that are being held, 4 of which have $5,000 cash prize pools. And Orion Drift is all day Sunday with 16 teams playing across 2 stages. So we've got a lot planned for VRMLCon, and I'm really excited to crack into that. And really, at the end of the day, have what is, I think, going to be the biggest VR esports convention maybe ever. So right now I'm already thinking maybe this is the biggest online esports tournament, Pally. I can't think of one where we've had more teams than this.
Yeah, hard to imagine. I mean, if someone could find it, I challenge you to do so. But it's incredible, just the participation here. And again, for an early access game, the competitive scene is already absolutely on fire, which again, appropriate to the Ignition Cup. Pioneer was getting it started. Ignition is lighting that flame, lighting that fuse, and watching it burn hot because it's just getting bigger and bigger by the day, it seems like.
Yeah, and if you did miss the EU action, you can go into this channel, VRML Network, and look back at the past live VODs. What you're seeing here are replays from earlier this morning from that EU Swiss bracket, and I mean, we got some treats in that tournament, Pally. That was a really good 5, 6, 7 matches that we jumped into, and at the end of the day, that undefeated finale with EU with between IV and Cold was awesome to see.
Yeah, truly was. We saw, again, the kind of rematch from the Pioneer Cups, but we also saw some up-and-coming teams that maybe we didn't see as much of last time around, but making a rise here in our streams today. A shout-out to Hot. The Hot was one of those teams. Didn't get a chance I think I casted them once in the Pioneer Cup, as I recall, but at the end of the day, they were really impressing against those top teams too. So they're a team to watch. Against Ivy and Cold, they did rather well. And as these weeks go by, it's been a month for a lot of these teams. In NA's case, a couple weeks since our last cup, but every single day it seems like matters. They're really improving at such a huge rate here. Sharpening each other's skills with all the scrims that they're no doubt doing on a daily basis at this point.
Yeah, it is exciting stuff, and we do have now teams being assigned their lobbies. We are going to do our best to jump into a match as soon as we can. Right now, we're anticipating maybe we'll jump into Glaciers versus God Squad, but the way that this works is that we have 3 live streams split across 3 servers. In total, we have 12 or 13 servers live right now, all with matches being played in them. How many servers is it? Actually, 10 servers, that we're using to play this tournament, all filled with 7 games apiece. And so we're going to do our best to kind of pop around to whatever game starts first, whatever team is ready to go, and try and cast these early rounds. It's going to be a little chaotic as teams start to settle into the process, but I'm very much looking forward to getting into the rhythm, Pally, getting into rounds 2, 3, and then the final round of the day 4, and then tomorrow we just get right back to it, rounds 5 through 7, where then we get into the undefeated teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Again, the beginning of these matches, very much, feel-out process, both from the stream, the casting end, and also the players end, really just getting into the groove of and the flow of a tournament, of these long-form tournaments that, go across multiple hours. And, as it progresses, you're going to see those brackets even out. You're going to see the undefeated teams facing each other, and just the stakes get higher and higher as the days go on in this 2-weekend-long tournament for North America.
Yeah, we had to break it up because there's so many teams participating this afternoon, and that's why I can't find them. They spelled the O with a 0 to try and throw us off. But yeah, Glaciers versus God Squad should be interesting. We're currently sat in that arena awaiting for those players to jump in, as I do see it slowly getting populated. But I mean, Pally, what do we expect today? Because these teams have had 2 weeks to kind of prep and play and practice. I'm anticipating the general skill ceiling of NA to be pretty high today.
Yeah, I absolutely expect that as well. Especially in, again, what is the most populated region here in our participation. I mean, we already saw some insane skills from OCE and EU. Again, go check out those VODs if you haven't, when you have time. I mean, really impressive stuff. But then at the same time, you have NA here with so many more teams. It just makes the competition even tougher at the top. You have so many really closely skilled teams battling for those top spots. Of course, Crane Gang being the NA team to take everything back in that last cup, the Pioneer Cup. Although an interesting story, as I think you will see, it wasn't the intention, at least on our end, but Ignite, in a sense, is back. Formerly known as Crane Gang, from what I've heard and seen.
Oh, really?
Yes, there is a new Ignite. You might recognize the Ignite brand from Echo Arena. They were needless to say, dominant force of nature back in the Echo days, and after a little break from the esports scene, Far and his boys, I think, are back. They've got a new Ignite here, formerly known as Crane Gang, and I can't wait to see what they do in this cup that is, again, conveniently named after them. Not by our intention, but there you go.
Yeah. It's fun to see some of these old faces back into the action, back into this game and playing it so hyper competitively. It's like they're right back into it with Echo Arena. It's weird. It's weird how the skill translates. How maybe it's the coordination than anything. It's the teamwork that really comes together, Pally. That shines here in a game like this with these top teams. But it's fun to see it translate so simply and seamlessly into Orion Drift.
Right, and we saw the same as well with EU too, and for that matter, looking at my list right here. Yeah, so same thing. Pioneers Cup actually, Jim's Drifters had a bunch of Echo players on there. They're the OCE team that won that championship, and then for Team Ivy in the Pioneers Cup for EU, also several Echo players in there. So again, I mean, they're different games, but you can see the influence in the design as well as the gameplay. Not a coincidence at all. These players have been doing it for years, and they're showing now in this new game, this new league, this new tournament. They're not going anywhere. It's been a couple of years.
I got to cut you off because we're jumping around to Arena 1 now because AKs and Rogue Robots are readied up and in the action. We are going to dive into round number 1 between these two squads as we'll have to see how we roll out here on the start in Arena 1. Open goal coming in out the gate into the hands of... Wait, am I in the right arena? Yes, into the hands of Rogue Robots.
Ball's in play.
All right, well, T-Low going high, too low, right into the goal. First score here of the NA stream. There's Hennis, and Hennis sees that goal.
Okay.
Cool drink of water.
We're right back to it, tied up. One apiece in round number 1 of this back and forth. A toss up to the top line to T-Lo, who tries to scoop it up, gets intercepted on the backside by Bloodlust, and you love to see the 1-1, and that ball just kind of dangles there, Palador, on the corner of the top. Maybe they're waiting for it to fall down, who knows, but either way, it zips over to the sidelines, and AK trying to scoop it up.
Now trying to slide by the defenders, a little bit of a patient play here. I like to see it from Kazin. Sending it over to Supra as well, not trying to rush that forward play, and that's what you like to see. Again, kind of unexpected from our standpoint on what we're going to see from these teams, but I already like the patient play that I'm seeing there, not being too rushed, about always going forward all the time. That's one of the big differences between those top teams and teams that are still developing, as another score goes down here.
What a play!
Nice pick up from AKs, pushing in through that defensive line, a nice frontline cross for the SWAT in, and they tried to fend it off with a bit of goalie work, but couldn't quite scoop that up. And I'm just happy we're off to the races. Super OD with a little bit of a jiggle, a little bit of a dribble, trying to look for some boost, maybe some speed and momentum. Either way, clearing it way far back into their zone, and it gets risky as Bloodfist flies forward, scoops up the intercept, and dumps it into the goal.
And the celebration there, full body, just exclaiming after the goal as well. Bloodfist showing the bloodlust and punishing off of a turnover. A wonderful play there, as we have a higher scoring game so far, only 2 minutes in, but already 3-1 here on the scoreboard.
When that would have been a good setup, as we saw a nice wall carve there, but Bloodfist swats it away, pushes it back down into the midfield where AK's vowed for ball control and have to scramble back on the defense as Bloodfist fires another shot in and another goal into AK's hands. They're running away with this series. Or excuse me, into Rogue Robot's hands. Am I putting the points on the wrong side? I might be.
Oh, we'll check up on that shortly here, but right now, got to give credit here to Bloodfist. A couple goals in a row, showing again that almost an iron fist, I suppose. Superhero efforts coming in, as now Hennis trying to recover the ball, as well as Big Cheese there in the back line. But T-Lo is able to disrupt AK as well, the team namesake VX, and they will vex them. No, Cheese, a good save. And saying cheese for the cameras there, trying to do it once again. A lot of volleys going into that goal, and finally, off of 4 or 5 attempts, they get a bouncer to go in.
Yeah, AK's putting a second point on the board. I've got the teams on the red side now. As Rogue Robots bumped up their lead a little bit early there with those back-to-back scorelines. And we've talked about it in EU, Palador, but you open up the floodgates, and sometimes you can just score multiple points in a row with a little bit of momentum.
Absolutely. We see it all the time. and it's a game of runs. In VR esports and Echo, it was the case, and OD, it's certainly the case too. Just one big run is all you need, and sometimes seeing that first goal going in will allow you to relax just a little bit.
Big clear here down to Big Cheese up into Bloodfist's hands, and they'll manage to take control of the ball here. But an odd pass that's intercepted huge by Kaizen. The wall carve, the pass down to Supra, and the slap in, no, denied by Hennis.
Hennis the Menace in the goal. How about it? Nice job as well. Him and Big Cheese earlier on showing the defensive prowess as Supra now will look to turn this over into another offensive attempt. Supra delivering a pass to AK. Good patience there, trying to dodge the defenders, but starting to converge on them. So will be instead cleared out to the opposite end as it becomes a race for that ball on the other side.
Yeah, the defense scrambles back in time and is all stacked up here, so they should be able to fend off this push with 2v4. And yeah, the double stack there definitely helps them scoop up the ball on the side, trying to work their way past, but can't get past the sitting impatient defense. They've got the lead right now on Rogue Robots, so they don't need to get over aggressive, but they're going to look for a few more points. Tilo with a wonderful save on the back line.
Denying what would have been the third goal from Bloodfist there on that attempt, so nice job by Tilo, although Hennis on the opposite end will gather control again of the ball, sending it way into the midfield, but a lot of defense in the way, so Tilo with the turnover cause, taking the ball and looking to create an opportunity here for the team. A little shift of momentum, of movement. Kaizen not in. Second try, can't get by, and will be a loose ball on the sideline.
The sheer athleticism, the
round ends and Rogue Robots take our
moments.
first round 4-2 in a pretty exciting opening series here, Palador. We just jumped into our first random game in this bracket, and already it's a 4-2 Rogue Robots win in round one of this best of 5.
Yeah, it was exciting stuff here from these teams. High-scoring affair. Fun to watch, though, for sure, as I'm now getting salted with waves from the players. You're noticing the cameras, maybe for the first time. I think they were so invested in the game, and now they're noticing, hey, we're on stream. Oh, boy. But
time to step it up, right? Do some swag plays, something like that.
yeah, exactly. Well, it was a fun round. I see Jucifer in the chat there, and Tall Dude engaging, and Jucifer is saying someone got to help that poor goalie. I think Big Cheese and Hennis said getting peppered by a lot of shot attempts there for a moment, and that was the case indeed.
And here we go, Pally, ready to go into round 2. We'll see if they can change the pace and give that poor goalie a bit of a break. As off the gate, it looks like, swatted away up through the sewers. It was going to be a push coming in from Rogue Robots, but instead it's going to be a push coming in from Rogue Robots. Big Cheese scoops it up, a wall carve up top, and they handle that ball, and Tilo's able to scoop it up.
Bloodfist losing the handle for a moment, but Chunky Monkey, great name by the way, will take control. Chunky, though, getting cut off by a pair of defenders, leaving him in disrepair as Chunky will overtake for a second, but not for very long, as it is back and forth. A lot of tackles going in, clicking and clacking, trying to dislodge the ball and just find a little bit of space now for the teams as the pile separates now into Tilo. A nice, clever carve to get right back around into the offense, but does lose the handles as I just say that.
Yeah, hard to keep control here up against Bloodfist in this frontline defense there, as a nice swat away on the back line does prevent that shot from going any further to the goal. Chunky Monkey does maintain possession, tries to go for another cross, but there's a good dive out from Kaizen. They dash forward to disrupt that shot on goal. Big Cheese almost gets an opportunity. Everyone looking for a swat towards the goal, but it does get pushed over into the corner and cleared out to the midfield.
And Hennis playing that midfield nicely, able to reclaim the ball, just waiting for it to come to them. Midfield game, of course, another important part of this type of game, just being in good position. As right now, Hennis, that aforementioned goalie, in position to dive out. A little bit of a risky one, but you know what? Well timed. Saw that the offensive player had lost the ball just briefly and used that opportunity to dive.
Ooh, and another shot on goal. Tilo follows it up, and they redeem themselves, Pally. They had missed that shot opportunity, but AKs now are in the lead for the first time, I think, in this series.
All right, and good news for them indeed. Competitive matches across, and see if they can hold on to this lead now, as Supra will deny that first attempt. But there's Bloodfist, got to watch out, because that's what he does.
What a play!
Such a fast answer back, and you love to see the swat in. You got to put a little sauce on it, as we say, Palador, and that one had some good speed to it.
And not only the speed, but like the placement as well. Choosing those far corners, the edges of the goalie's reach, such important things here for players to develop. And Bloodfist rather showing it really well so far. 3 or 4 goals across these 2 rounds.
Yeah, really nice job getting their team tied up right now in this series with their goal, and also just a good job on the front line defense. We see them continuously getting these intercepts and then pushing up onto the front line again, up on the front line, trying to get this ball control up from the corner, but having a bit of a challenging time as AK able to scoop it up. Works forward. Bloodfist flies in from the side, misses the tackle. The duo flying forward. Tilo doesn't cross to the center line, and we just kind of brawl for ball control here in the corner.
Yeah, a lot of hands in that cookie jar, really making it tough for anyone to wrangle control for all too long. There's Tilo, at least for the moment. Tilo trying to eye down maybe a pass. Nice one to Supra. Open goal off of it, but a tackle from 2 goalies coming out to deny the otherwise open opportunity. Control still being had on this side of the floor, unable to get a clear secured yet, as Bloodfist now tries to deny that with a couple of teammates attached actually, but they still will lose the ball to Supra in the midfield as it goes flying overhead.
Yeah, a nice bit of defensive stacking there. Coordination and working together coming in from this AK's team right now. They also try and fend off what is, to me, a very coordinated bit of robots. I don't think they're very rogue, Palador. They seem to be all pretty much in sync. They seem to be more of a team of robots than rogue ones, as they do try and push up here for another point on the board. We're still tied. It's been a few minutes now since anyone's put a point on that board, Pally.
Yeah, no, minute 10 left, so currently could be facing an overtime if that doesn't change shortly here in the next 60 seconds or so, as Supra will scoot and skedaddle back to the midfield, trying to find the right spacing to make those passing plays develop, perhaps, but Blood does disable that opportunity with the steal. Now working it up the floor, disrupted by AK as well. And again, a few exchanges of possessions here. The next goal could very well be the game winner, Knight.
Yeah, time is ticking down. 45 seconds on the clock. Supra gets tackled away as they try to set something up there, but the ball floats into the hands of Tilo, and they'll fire it in for a goal, and just like that, the clock is ticking for Rogue Robots.
That it is, and AK is looking to maybe secure the second round, tie up the series here. Bloodfist working up the floor. Bloodfist has been a menace on defense for sure, but a great pass, and Chunky to the corner.
Once the seal's broken, Palador, sometimes the goals really start flowing in. Maybe it's the offensive rollouts that get past the aggressive defense trying to intercept them. Who knows? Either way, we're tied 2-2. And very well likely going to go into overtime.
The saga continues.
Yep, the clock ticks down, and that shot goes a little bit wide, but that would have been one way to finish the round for the likes of Rogue Robots.
Indeed, and the clock is stopped now, so will be sudden death. Next goal will win this round. Bloodfist knows that situation is almost overtaken, caught off guard there by the defense, trying their best to maneuver around, but it will be stolen now. Working up the floor, there's Supra being tackled by Big Cheese. Big Cheese receiving the ball off the wall is Tilo on a turnover again. Now players trying to hunker down for a defensive play.
Nice pass to the center line. Almost an intercept there, but they keep control of it. Tilo scoops it up, goes for the cross shot, and they're again going to score for their team and put them up around.
All right, so tied up on the series. AKs really gunning for victory there, Knight.
I mean, hey, does it get a lot... but this is jumping into the first game of this Ignition Cup in North America, and we all got tied 1-1 best of 5. That means we're guaranteed at least 4 rounds. Who knows? Maybe we're going to get our first best of 5 all day. We haven't had one in OCE or in EU. Maybe we had one in OCE, but I wasn't around for that. But we didn't get one for 5 hours in EU, and at this pace, we could very well be headed to a round number 5 if these two teams keep duking it out like this.
Yeah, it seems like at least in the prior streams here today, 4 was that magic number. We got an awful lot of round 4s and a lot of competitive games that could have gone to round 5 for sure, but we'll see if that trend continues or breaks here in the near future. Quick shout out to the Twitch or YouTube chat there as Charlaxify, $2 donation there. Said watch the team NSX1. Can't guarantee it, but I do appreciate the heads up and the donation. We'll try our best, of course, with so many teams. You know, it becomes very difficult to pick and choose in the flow of a long-form tournament. But I promise you, if you stick with OD, you will get casted at some point, I'll ensure it. But that said, here we go, down the middle of the floor.
Yeah, nice clear back to Bloodfist's hands as This is a good team stack. Look at this trio, this triangle pushing forward. Tilo just says, I'll go to the back line, please. Nice tackle, scoops up the ball and gets it in their hands.
And racing down the floor now, picking up a little speed past those defenders, but maybe too much of a crowd to deal with there, Knight. And again, we saw at times, again, the willingness to slow down the play. And again, that's one of those difference makers for those high-level teams, or the teams trying to get there, is being able to not always just rush head first, headstrong into the fray, but knowing when to also just stop and breathe, or to back it out even.
Yeah, it does take a very experienced squad to be able to make those decisions, and it's fun to see that we're already getting this in our first round as Chunky Monkey tries to slap one to the high bar, but it goes a little too high. Bloodfist able to scoop up the rebound. A nice ride up to the top wall to get them centered up with their boost. They cross for the shot, and what a laser, but saved by Kaizen. The follow-ups don't make its way through either.
Yeah, I think Blood used just about all of his boosts on that one, so had to make a quick decision. Was a laser, but right into the goalie's arms, and will the defense turn the offense is the question. Trying to make that happen now. There's Tilo with a pass over to Kaizen Dash, but dashing for them is Darker with a dive. Back to AKVX, and AK trying to send it midways. A couple of players there to collect. It's Kaizen now.
Back into this midfield brawling. The double stack, Darker and Chunky trying to get a little bit of control. Supra scrambles over for the ball and is going to set themselves up for a fall back and a speed boost, but they're going to get interrupted. Bloodfist actually says, no, I'm not going to allow you to get momentum. Forces them to pass the ball up for the clear, and now Tilo, who's been standout for this team, going to try and get control and work their way up for a shot on goal again.
That they are, but a big tackle will send that ball flying towards that wall where Chunky and Blood tried to collect. Being contested by Supra, getting right back into the mix fast and forcing a haphazard clear right into the bridge. Darker with possession, and Darker sending it on a clear, a bit of an unforced one, so will result in a turnover as AK now makes their way to the front line. Bounce and a rebound going to Bloodfist, however, returning to the midfield.
Shot just a little bit high there, but pretty dang close on the goal. And another bit of a drop back from Super OD. The thing is, when you go for these drop backs, you can't fumble the ball. You got to be able to work it up to the midfield, and they definitely do. A nice clear, but it's right into Hannes' hands, who clears it right back into AK's hands. And again, we just kind of send the ball back and forth. Neither team scoring yet in round 3.
And that's how it goes sometimes here, but Seal might be about to be broken there if they have any say in it. Darker with possession of the ball from that nest, working their way from left to right and actually down center after the juke. Great pass, and finally the assisted goal will break that Seal Knight.
Yep, Rogue Robots on the board, but there's a lot of time left. It just took a while to get there, but now that the Seal's open, I wonder if we're going to see a quick fight back from the likes of AKs. If they can put a fast one on the board, it's going to be a great way of nullifying what is now a 1-point lead and a bit of a comfort for what is a minute and 20 left on the clock. They really got to challenge the time. The clock's going to be a factor for them for the rest of these rounds. And AK kind of coming out of nowhere from the top, going to scoop up this ball, going to work their way to the midfield. The cross here goes into T-Lo's hands, and it's a beautiful 1-2.
Yeah, gotta love it, Knight, when not only the great passing play, but just the fact that they made us look good as casters. You say, okay, Seal's broken, maybe they'll come back and score soon, and then they do. It makes you feel good, like we actually know what we're talking about sometimes.
Yeah, I know, for real. It's yeah, very nice. I agree, Falador. As we do get into what could be another point scored, Bloodfist up top, gonna get swatted away. And back into this corner, a little pickup here. Bloodfist again, a 360 swing. That one's going to go a little wide.
That it does. A wild series of plays here. The ball going every which way. Tilo trying to send it midways as Bloodfist is there first, it looks like, with just a half a second. But actually, no, overtaken by Tilo. So Tilo will score a goal off of that. Speeding to the ball and speeding past any open defenders there in the area.
20 seconds left, Palador. That's a good time to put a point on the board. Yeah, they just intercepted under the sewers, scrambled past the entire defense, and find a point. Now Bloodfist going to try and set themselves up for a shot on goal. It's up. They find it. They tie it up into overtime here. 5 seconds left.
I didn't expect it, but boy, do I love it. So we are indeed about to go into an OT sudden death here once again. I gotta love that for our opening match of NA Day 1. And now a play to end it all, but no. It's going to be Kaizen there sending it back towards mid.
So close, Pally, at the end of the day here. The challenge coming in for these points. We'll see underneath the sewers who's going to get control. And this is we're still got another round after this, Palador. This is only round 3 in this best of 5.
Yeah, and I'm already exhausted, but in the best of ways. When you see these overtimes happen, they stress you, but again, in the best ways. Tilo now trying to make way for a spectacular play, but will lose the handle behind the back. Now Hennis sends it deep down, and oh my goodness, makes them drown. It's done.
By the sheer artistry we witnessed. From the heart of Earth to
Oh
the furthest
my,
reaches of
that's
our
one way
colonies,
for Rogue
this game
Robots
has
to put a
united
point
us
on the
all.
board, and another round into their pockets, up 2-1 in this best of 5.
I agree with chat there. Totally scripted opening match. I'm here for it. How about it? Potential reverse sweep on the way, but never even minding what happens in the next round or two. How about what the rounds we just saw? Overtimes and intensity galore. It leaves me half speechless here. I need a drink of water, Knight.
I agree, Palador. We are off to the races. These two teams delivering on an excellent opening series for the North American Swiss bracket. A reminder to those tuning in that we have 3 more best of 5s after this. So this is only the beginning of today. And so far, I'm certainly pleased. Round 4, Palador, about to kick off. Let's dive into the action here and get ready for... Oh, having a little bit of a tech problem here, but we'll get into it anyway and just not have a scoreboard, so we do apologize. But round 4 underway.
All right, we'll try our best to keep you up to date on a quick score. And they are very up to date on what they need to do in the opening moments of this round. Wow.
All's in play.
I do apologize there for the scoreboard being a little bit busted. We'll see if we can figure out our tech difficulties here soon. But for now, we'll focus on the gameplay, Palador, and the 1-0 lead into the hands of Rogue Robots.
All right, so here we go. Up on the ceiling, or rather right above the neutral zone, the launch zone, Supra just trying to gather control of that ball. Chunky Monkey will now gather the ball here, controls. It's right through the sewers. Trying to find some teammates perhaps, but really hard to find too many open angles from the bottom of the floor there underneath all that geo. Eventually coming out the scrums will be Chunky Monkeys with some clever moves, nice jukes, but unfortunately not enough juice behind that throw into the goal, so saved out of there and cleared right towards Hennis.
Back into the midfield we go as Chunky Monkey slaps it over into the corner, and Tilo gonna scoop it up, gonna try and put this AK squad back up on the board. They're down a point here in round number 4 of this best of 5, and that shot goes right into Hennis's hands.
Tilo there, the return, a nice handoff play to AK, and okay, I like to see it. The patient play there, they could have rushed a couple different times, but they really, really waited until those last possible seconds to make that decision, and it was a good decision to make, tying it up here.
Oh, the seal's broken, Palador, and they almost score an immediate answer back point as we are all, tied up 1-1, and there's another shot on goal, too quick. Shots coming in from Rogue Robots in succession, and AK regaining ball control and sending it back down to the midfield.
And we'll be now Chunky there along with Darker, able to take it for a moment, but turnover to AKVX, working their way up the floor, trying for a blind shot, and unfortunately in that blind spot was Hennis waiting to receive that ball. Super there catching up and trying to tackle. Will be Blood as well, but kind of the same thing on this side of the floor. A bit of a blind shot right into a goalie, so got to be careful of those because you know the positioning here is on point from both these teams.
Yes, it is. As Bloodfist sets up, bounces the ball off the wall to themselves, and nice save coming in there from the likes of Kaidash. We're still tied up 1-1, and the push coming in. AK is going to take a shot. No, it's gets denied again.
And now Supra trying to force their way back into the goal, but it will be a long clear, in fact, going the way of Kaizen. Dash was playing that deep back line. Kaizen, likewise, a very deep clear that's intercepted just the same way, so a little deja vu, tit for tat with these two teams. They will go on the attack now. Tilo with Super attached, and Tilo will lose the handles as Hennis dives out. Hennis has proven to be very good at that, kind of recognizing when the ball isn't really completely handled by that approaching offensive player, and is willing to make those daring dives.
Yeah, and we do have our scoreboard getting adjusted now as we are tied up 1-1. Supra's going to jump up for that one. That shot goes super close and just a little bit high.
Oh my goodness, twice in fact, high and trying to say hello to a goal, but Tilo there trying to send it waywards into the mid lane. So we, again, we still have some time left here, but we've seen these overtimes already in this game, and right now we're on pace for a very similar outcome.
Indeed we are. Ooh, a nice block there. Intercept from Darker. Gonna scoop it up, keep things in control for the moment for Rogue Robots, but AK on the hunt. The AKs want this goal. Tilo's gonna scoop it up through the midfield. Nice little wall card for the 360. The redirect back in, and Hennis with another denial.
Yeah, so the wall card was nice, but it kind of put the position of their hands in such a way that it wasn't possible to get a really high-powered shot. Kind of had to underarm fling it past the defenders and just couldn't find the power. So good moves, but nonetheless, it will be here back to AK for a moment, as well as Tilo, who now will go up high, trying to evade the defense, but they are in the area and a couple of tackles, 3 of them in fact, just back and forth, some aggression being shown defensively here. Bloodfist relentless to take over this ball now.
Yeah, he has been a very good frontline defender for this team, but AKVX going to scoop up an intercept on the backside. The shot there goes just a touch high. The follow-up doesn't go in, and good defense coming in on the back line from this Rogue Robots squad.
Yeah, incredible here. We're still tied up at 1 apiece as the clock winds down here in this third round. Tilo recovering the ball now will make their way up the floor. No defenders in sight quite yet, but that's about to change. Tilo, though, gathering speed, and Hennis, yet another save, diving out of that goal right into the ball. Just very well timed, and maybe that goal, too, from deep could set up a rebounding play, but Bloodfist is there to try just that. Oh, the bounce, so close to the goal.
That one just going a little wide. You love to see those spin shots, those behind the backs, those attempts at the corner pocket. Ultimately, that's really what you need to do, right, Palador? You need to pinpoint your shot so you can get past what is really very solid defenders across the board in both NA and EU. It's a nice swing there from Supra. It disrupts Bloodfist.
Yeah, exactly that. Early on in the game, you can get away with those shots just even right at a goalie, and they'll miss sometimes when everyone's still getting used to things. But as that skill level increases constantly, day by day practically, you're going to start need those little advantages, which is to say you need to start painting those corners and really being specific and choosy with where you shoot your shots, and not just worry about the power alone, but also the precision.
Yeah, and we had a near goal attempt there from the Rogue Robot squad. They've really been in the front line threatening this AK squad for a long time, as we do see finally Rogue Robots getting back in control. AK's just trying to get this ball out of their zone, and that was a bit of a fumble from the backline on Bloodfist, the rare mistake that gets quickly capitalized on, scooped up by the likes of this AK squad, and they're going to get a chance maybe at pushing forward if they can get past this defense.
Well, Chunky Monkey trying to make a climb, as well as Bloodfist to deny any open angles for AK to make a passing play. And they will do just that. There's Bloodfist creating a turnover. This could be a game-winning shot here as the clock winds down. Will not be the case as Tilo recovers, carves around to redirect that momentum. And now trying to find the angles. Likewise here, Knight. The next shot here likely to be the winner, even approaching an overtime scenario yet again in this round.
Tilo getting a nice dribble, takes the shot. Chunky Monkey saving the day on that midfield line. Going to swat it down into the sewers where they're going to try and work their way up for an attack onto this goal, but it's going to be disrupted by AKVX. And maybe we're just going to have another long 2, 3, 4 minute overtime series here, because these teams can't get in or set up outside of this midfield space. These attacks keep kind of getting with the back and forth clears. Hennis going to scoop that clear up, brings it back to their attack, and I like that Hennis keeps control of it, allowing the rest of the team to move up with them, and that shot goes wide, but a great denial from Supra.
Yeah, great job, and not really having an angle or sight on what was behind, so just opted for a very powerful spike off of their own friendly wall to achieve that clear, as that goes very near the goal, but Hennis is once again in position. Hennis now maybe in position for some heroics. The defense into offense, the rebound. Oh, AKVX will deny that as it gets sent above that bridge area. Chunky is in the way, as well as Blood. Blood overtakes the control of the ball. Blood now from the nest, trying to lay an egg right into the goal, and it's good!
What a testament.
It's Rogue Robots taking the best of 5 off of an overtime round 4, and Palador, we're off to the races with what is a great opening series for the NA Swiss bracket. We got multiple best of 5s ahead of us this afternoon, and this is just the first one.
And what an insane one that was. That could have, again, gone a lot further than it did, but it was just incredible. For again, like 4-2, 3-2, 2-1, and again, overtimes, 2 overtimes in that one, right? Just insane way to start off. You know, it can be chaotic in these early rounds, but I think we picked the right match. That was a fun one to watch there. AKs, S, and then Rogue Robots.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I think the end scoreline there, we're missing one because of the technical difficulties, but a 3-1 victory for Rogue Robots. AKs did manage to take us to a round 4, which is really all you can ask for. So
yeah.
we're gonna zip around the rest of our server. I think these other games are wrapping up. A reminder that we have multiple streams live right now, so do go check out the VRML Network. Check out that we've got what is going to be Veil NA postseason, Breachers NA postseason, but also the 2 other streams for Orion Drift covering action live on the VRML Network. It's an awesome feat, only possible because of all the great volunteers that we have on the VRML. So shout out to everyone that's putting in the effort and the time and the moderation work to run what is, I think, the biggest tournament we've ever done, with over 125 teams playing, up to 128, I think, for round 1. We have 10 servers filled with games. It's incredible. So a shout out to the community, a shout out to everyone tuning in. Hit the thumbs up button, subscribe. We're going to take a brief break and look for more games to dive into, and if we can't, then we'll come back, check out some replays, and get ready for round number 2. So don't go anywhere, or go watch another live stream, because we got multiple up, but more rounds coming up. welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting for round number 2 of this 4-round Swiss bracket today, and then another 4 rounds tomorrow. And at the end of this weekend, we will have 16 teams that'll play in a single elimination tournament on Saturday the following weekend. So a lot of Orion Drift, Palador, ahead of us, and for those that are just tuning in and maybe missed out on the action, we've got a lot of good highlights from both the start of NA today with our first series going 4 rounds, pretty dang good, but then also EU earlier today, which was a fantastic 6-round Swiss bracket that we got through in like 5 hours. So I'm super impressed with what we've been able to accomplish with how many teams are playing. Over 128 teams participating in this tournament. It's insane, Pally.
Indeed, insane as that long shot we just got on that replay. Nice angle, by the way,
right?
Knight. It was good hit from 2 ends of the floor, player and cams alike. Love to see it. Again, full of highlights, even just 1 game in and 1 day into these matches. Again, teams here, much like the Pioneer Cup and this cup, bigger and better in terms of participation. We, again, have $1,000 prize pool on the line, spread out amongst our regions, our 3 regions we're supporting here for this tourney. Again, leading to the $5,000 prize pool tournament in real life at the VRML LAN in Phoenix. We got that coming up as well, which is going to be tremendously exciting as we keep harping on, but for a reason. Again, I'm excited to go there because I'm back home in my hometown. I'm back home in my home league. I'm back home in the community, the VR community. And, cash prizes aside, Night, I think one of the biggest prizes, not to be too corny, but one of the biggest prizes, period, for these events, these tournaments, and these LANs is just getting to meet all these people that you've been playing with for months or even years on end. And I get to hang out with dozens or hundreds of them, in fact. All like-minded people cheering and booing and in all the friendliest ways at these games and going crazy for those clips and those reels that we see. It's such a fun time, man.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome to be back live on stage with a game developed by another Axiom. It's been a long time since we've had a on-stage game that's not a shooter, and despite me loving Breachers, Veil, Pavlov, and Onward, which will all be present at VRML Con, 3 of the 4 of them with $5,000 prize pools as well. I'm super excited for all day Sunday with Orion Drift and us able to qualify 16 teams. That online qualifier coming up June 27th to the 29th. It's a lot of hype. That's what we're really just building up to at the end of the day here, Pally, is VRML Con and getting folks ready for a awesome Orion Drift in-person event. And like you said, community meetup. We've got booths planned. We've got other stuff and things you can do at the con planned, multiple stages. It's going to be awesome. If you haven't gotten your ticket, you can. You go to vrmasterleague.com/VRMLCon.
And shout out to Finto in the chat, which directly want to reference what I was talking with him earlier as well in some of these, even off stream. We were talking with Finto, donated £2 there. Appreciate you, Finto, and wonderful casting earlier. But he was even saying how it's one of those things, if you've never been to a LAN for VRML or just in general, maybe some people, they don't know what to expect or they're a little skeptical, like, oh, are they really hyping it up too much and is it really that cool? The answer is yes. And Finto agreed the same way. He went to the Duckman LAN recently over in EU, awesome. And he was just commenting on how he had kind of those like I don't know, and then after he was done, he officially caught the bug. He wants to go to as many as he can now, and that was the same kind of bug that a lot of us caught in the VR community, where just like VR itself, right? You try to sell VRs, you try to advertise it to friends and say, no, believe me, the trailer, it doesn't speak to the volume of how cool it actually is. It doesn't do it justice. We say that about VR, and it applies as well to these conventions, these LANs, where we can hype it up, we can tell you how cool it is, but until you're there, you just won't understand. But I promise you, you will, and you'll see why. For me, I've been to somewhere like 15 or 16 of these LANs and meetups, and I'm going to keep going as long as I can for a great reason, Knight.
Yeah, I know, dude. I remember going to the first another Axiom meetup for this game.
Oh yeah,
where they were showing it off in such an early state. I think the characters were just squares, from what I remember. Right, like it wasn't. They weren't even like robots or fleshed out humanoids. It was just squares and square arms.
I remember.
This is the core concept, and it's for what it is now and what it's become with the community that's behind it. It's so well deserved. Another Axiom really puts great effort into their development of their games and their community management. You know, they're helping support us all the way through with this event, and we wouldn't be able to do anything like this. We wouldn't be able to host a space for 128 teams across 10 servers if we didn't have direct support from AA. So it's really nice that they are on board and supporting the competitive community, making this possible, making this tournament a reality, making the live in-person event a reality all day Sunday. It's because of their dedication to the competitive community that we can do things like this. So a big shout out to them. And if you haven't figured it out, we're just buying some time. There's only like 3 or 4 more games that need scores reported in, and then we will be diving into round 2. But do expect there to be some delays between games. That's just the nature of the beast when you have so many teams playing. But it does mean that Saturday is going to be exciting. Next Saturday.
You took the words out of my mouth. I was going to say nature of the beast, but it's one of those things where on one hand we say, okay, yeah, it's early access game, and then likewise the tournament itself is kind of early access. But I keep saying, nature of the beast, it's the greatest problem to have at the same time. It's like, okay, yeah, I'm sorry, little long intermission, but at the same time, it's because we have so many teams playing. So it's one of those balances we're trying to find, but boy, is it a good problem to have hundreds of teams signing up for these early access tournaments, essentially.
Seriously.
What a positive omen, a good omen for the future to come, I think, for this game. It's going to pop off. I mean, it already is. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I look forward to the days where it's all automated, Pally, where we have everything just nothing manual. Right now, it's a lot of teams reporting scores and taking time to figure out that process. But ideally, once everyone gets used to it after this first round, the future rounds should be coming a little bit faster. So again, we appreciate your patience on this stream and the other streams, and we understand it takes some time for us to get into games. But hey, at least we got 4 rounds for our first series, Pally. We can't complain too much.
Absolutely, some great matches, and for all those other things coming, and that's why again, as you guys noticed when Dimmy was here, and me and him were saying from the VRML perspective and the AA perspective, right? Send your feedback. It does matter. We had those feedback forums after these tournaments. We have. We're trying to figure out what works, what doesn't work, because there will be things that work, there will be things that don't work. So, as always, just give us the feedback. It's important to molding and shaping the league and the competitive scene also on the AA side for the best. We listen, they listen. So, keep sending it our way.
Yeah, we do appreciate all of the feedback. And if you are new here, please hit that thumbs up button, subscribe to the channel. We are going to get ready to take a quick break here, and then when we come back, hopefully the scores will be submitted for round 1. We'll be able to dive into round 2 of our 4 rounds this afternoon. That means 3 more best of 5s ahead of us, and maybe some extra rounds. So we do appreciate your patience, but stick around. Round 2 of the 4 rounds for this Swiss bracket coming up. thank you everybody for patiently waiting for us to get into our next round. We do apologize for the extended delay. There are some teams that have taken a little too much time, and some teams that don't understand the process, and it's challenging when you have 128 squads to try to get them to do the same thing. But it is slow for round 1, and like I said, I think once everyone starts to understand the process, rounds 2, 3, and 4 should be a little quicker. But we are still waiting for some teams to submit their scores, and I think eventually these teams in the next, probably now, their scores are going to be submitted with or without them, and we will be moving on into round 2. So again, we appreciate your extreme patience, and we do apologize, but it does give us a little time to chat about Orion Drift and some of our favorite things that we've been seeing this afternoon. I mean, Paladar, we're already getting people doing like 360 behind the back shots, and it's it's just impressive with how comfortable people are with the mechanics of this game already.
Yeah, and it's just the nature of gamers. They're a competitive bunch, especially when you have these tournaments, so these stakes at play, the bragging rights, the cash prizes, upcoming lands and whatnot. The players learn fast. I know for sure we're seeing, like in NA, even the matches I'm seeing now, and as well as EU and OCE, we're seeing across the board, not just like the top level teams, but also the teams lower on the brackets and working their way, up. We're still seeing them positioning a lot better now. I'm seeing those crafty carves, the ceiling carves, those kind of advanced maneuvers that are so tough to get a hang of at first. I'm seeing a lot more players and teams utilizing those much better now. So it's progressing pretty fast here, and I think the chat definitely noticing that and getting antsy for the next game as well. High Smooth, by the way.
Yeah, I do think one thing that I think is going to be really interesting to see is just how these mechanics translate into real life and what those movements really look like with these advanced players. Because I imagine it's really going to be all in the hips, Palador. We're going to see a lot of wide swings and interesting ways of the ceiling carves. It'll be very interesting to see players executing those in person at VRML Con. I think that's going to be a very cool new sort of perspective for Orion Drift.
Absolutely. Of course, everyone surely knows the famous Lemming here, who brought along with his team at AA, Orion Drift, Gorilla Tag. But you might remember, too, way back in OC4, for some of you, maybe some of you weren't even born yet, I don't know, it's been a while. But OC4, way back in the day, almost a decade ago at this point, in one of the most, to me, iconic pictures, I think, of VR esports that we've ever seen, on the stage of Oculus Connect, had that moment captured where Lemming was he looked like he was 10 feet in the air. Now, in reality, maybe not 10 feet, but it looked like he got high up there. He was one of the highest jumpers that I've seen in game, and definitely in the time that was his movie was known for. And so it's really an exciting thing seeing that physicality at play. He displayed it best, and now made a game where it's even more physical than ever. To be honest, it's an exhausting experience, but boy, is it a satisfying one. To me, in my book, Knight, someone who used to play sports a lot more in real life, basketball and whatnot all the time. In my books, I'd much rather jump into VR and play, get the same feelings, same kind of exercise there, the cardio for sure in games like this, where you're just constantly moving and getting that satisfying team play without having to go to the park.
Yeah, and we do have our round 2 generated, so
teams
do we? Should be
all right.
Eventually getting into arenas and starting their series. So again, we appreciate everyone's patience. And if you really want to watch games, we do have EU, which went swimmingly already earlier today. 6 rounds played out there, 6 best of 5s that we recorded on stream, and you can catch all of it by just going to the live VOD section and checking it out. We had pretty good showing. I was impressed with the crowd that ended up being there for the games, and again, it's I guess maybe not. It's to be expected with how many people are excited for Orion Drift and the competitive space. So now that we're in round 2, and teams that have no-showed or slowed us down a little bit are disqualified or removed, I think we'll be a little bit faster into future games. But Yeah, I think we might get some. I wonder if we're going to get. I think we have losers bracket teams coming up here, which will be interesting because these teams coming off of losses sometimes fight a little bit harder right now, Palador. Because I do think we had squads that were 4-1, at the end of the or 5-1 at the end of the 6-round series for EU,
right?
Qualifying in, so you can lose a game or two, especially if you're playing 8 rounds. There's definitely grounds to maybe even lose 2 rounds and still be qualified through in this bracket.
Yeah, it's such a large bracket with such a large amount of teams. Anyone's guess, but it can go either direction, and hence why we're going across 2 weekends for this NA Cup and not just one. We got a lot of action coming. So do we want to get organized here, maybe figure out our next match, and we'll hop right back into the cast shortly?
Yep, we are going to take a brief pause, and we will be right back into round 1 of round 2, so don't go anywhere. are into the action just in time. It's TGG versus the colorblind Chameleons. TGG on the black side, colorblind Chameleons on the red, on the orange, and TGG scooping up that first ball, passing it over to Big Papa Cheeseburger 6000. That's a name. That's a mouthful right there, and crossing it up to the midfield.
Yeah, right into the action there. Thank you for your patience. You too. Appreciate you guys tuning in. I guess I should start by also saying welcome to the second annual Hunger Games, as we have culled 20-some teams, it would seem. So that would explain a little bit of the delays here. Sorry, folks. But we are happy now to have a full match for you getting started. As these teams excited to be casted, no doubt. And walking up the wall, there's Big Papa Cheeseburger, looking to grill it. Oh, but misses the mark. One more try. Hands it off to his teammate there, Spranks. Loses the handles.
Yeah, I think he wasn't quite ready for the ball to be in his hands there. For
What do I
shot
do with this?
Whoa, the ball, huh? Me? But either way, it gets pushed down back into TGG's zone only for a brief moment as the Chameleons try and get control of this one. A nice clear from Astromax. Is that a shot on goal? It's just a touch wide.
All right, well, collecting it is that Cowboy, wrangling it with the lasso, sending it way deep over to a turnover, however, as TG takes it back. Time, that is. They have a little bit of it as Big Papa Cheeseburger comes away with the ball from the midfield, sending it down towards that sewer. And out of the tunnel they go through the trench. Spranks there. Game Tamer, that is. Oh, man, lots of big names here. I'm trying to make some big plays. Haven't been able to get on the board yet.
And as we swing around for our push-up, yeah, no scores getting locked in. Yeah, some decent defense coming in from both sides, honestly, keeping the offensive setups on their toes, making it difficult for them to get those cross passes that you do see Cowboy stepping up and swatting it away back over into the corner. And now Spranks going to scoop it up, push it up through the midfield, try and get a nice route down into the sewers, but is going to get interrupted by the entirety of this offense, who's now on the defense, now on the offense, and our first point gets locked in by the Chameleons.
Yeah, Game Tamer, the two-timer, getting another score there right on the dime. So able to break that seal and get things started for their team after a couple goes at the goal. You got to figure the persistence eventually does pay off there.
Yep, and a good passing sequence here. Time gets an opportunity, but tackled away right when they're about to take the shot on goal. And nice bit of aggressive defense that pushes TGG away, but we're seeing some good setups from both squads, and TGG just having a tough time getting through this wall.
Yeah, these goofy goobers, amazing name indeed, as a YouTube chat points out. Spranks redirecting traffic through the traffic and right into the goal. Nice setup play. Credit to the teammates there as well for tackling that goalie and just tackling, interrupting, causing all kinds of trouble.
Play resumes.
Making them giggle behind the goal and giving up a good one. Ooh, that was a lot of G's. As a swat here comes into the corner, just a touch wide, a long-range open goal shot, a rare opportunity, and sometimes probably the hardest ones to sink.
Yeah, indeed. Sometimes you overthink it just a little bit, and now have to redirect and just wipe that off the slate. Try to get back into the goal. They just might there. Big Papa missing, but not his time. Right on time with a good rebounded goal.
TGG taking the lead. The goofy goobers not letting
Drift
this
ball
one go,
resumes.
Palador, as Colorblind on their offensive rollout, getting a nice swing up. Panda trying to do a 360 going backwards into the goal as Astromax scoops it up, takes a shot. That gets swatted up to the backboard, and TML trying to pick up this one. Swat passes it back down to Astro, and TGG not able to get control. Astro picks up the rebound and a beautiful follow-up. 2-2.
What a play!
Wow, all the moves in the book. Dribbled it off the hand, off the elbow, off the head, but eventually got it to go into the goal right over Cowboy, who's stunned there, who's tackled in the midfield. Spranks now contesting, as well as Panda and Cheeseburger. Everyone piling up here in the midfield. Will be for a second Panda, but having it stolen. Time and Spranks contesting Panda once again. Panda having a hard time. Be nice to the Pandas. They're friendly creatures. Actually, no, I've heard the opposite, but nonetheless, over into the sidewall.
Yeah, we are seconds away from getting into overtime in round one of our second best of five that we've tuned into here, as that shot goes just a touch wide, almost caster cursing him alive in the action here, Palador, as they still take control. TGG looking for this point, but the clock going to take us into, 15 seconds left. There's still an opportunity to win this round. There's the push in and a beautiful save.
Yeah, Toaster saving them from being toast on
Sudden
that
death
one. A
begins.
beautiful grab.
Can you believe-
Now we'll be in
Have
a
you ever
sudden death scenario.
watched a
Toaster
spectacle?
trying to turn the defense into offense, working it up the floor. Astro trying to play catch up to the ball. But will be time instead, taking it over. Game Tamer with a tackle, trying to secure the ball. Does so with some success. Has a lot of presence nearby defensively they have to deal with. Again, sudden death here, Nightfire, overtime, and we're lucking out on the streams in that regard, it seems.
Yeah, no kidding. A good, solid back and forth this afternoon between these two squads as Panda Bob flies down. And everyone, look at this. It's a full court press coming in from the colorblind Chameleon squad here as they try and put their point on the board. And that's risky, pal. You can have that open goal be the way you lose this round.
Absolutely, and next goal will cause one team to lose this round as we're about a minute in or so into this overtime. There will be a little bit of a contest there on the ball as Astro, oh no, open, but will not close the deal. Oh my goodness, it was open and then it was closed off fast. All the players there, 7 out of 8 players anyway, converging on the goal knight, and yet the ball not going in that direction.
Yeah, it's again, a real scrum on the front line there, as we say in rugby, to use terms from other sports. But yeah, it really feels like it is. Everyone just kind of stacked up, tackling, brawling, swinging, trying to hit that ball in. And ultimately, TGG do get some control. A nice swing up here from Spranks. They're going to push up for the 1v1, and it's Game Nader, and they can't defend off that beautiful swing around. TGG take round 1.
It's a sprank, bro. And the wild celebration there, the bird wings, in fact. You love to see it. They're excited for their win in overtime. Took about 2 minutes or so, but they got the job done.
Yeah, that was one way to start things off. And now you got to factor in the emotions, right? If you're colorblind Chameleons, you took this one pretty close. You did a nice opener here in round 1. You got to bounce back round 2. Make sure that you at least get 4 rounds in this best of 5 so you get more opportunities. You don't want to be looking at series point if you lose this next round. So this one's a big one for TGG, or for colorblind Chameleons to stay in this, and TGG may be able to kind of bury the hatchet momentum-wise if they can push this up to 0. Who knows, though, Pally? We've seen a lot of 4-round series coming in as of late, and you know, I just love to see the squad so determined to win because, hey, at the end of the day, you want to be crowned Ignition Cup champion, as we do get ready to dive in round 2.
All right, and the Chameleons seeing what they can do here to come back. I got you, Chad. I read sometimes. Fast-paced game. It's hard to keep up with you guys, but we appreciate you for tuning in. As always, love to see it. Don't forget to smash that button, that like button, subscribe button, all those buttons, and we're going to head into this one. In the second round now is Panda Bobs and Weaves, but has it stolen.
Yes, they do. Swat it up into the midfield. Panda going to recollect that ball, get a nice ceiling carve, the challenge, the pass over to Astro. They swat it over to the corner, try to follow up the rebound. The ball stuck into the corner there for a moment, an opportunity for Astro to maybe do something with it, but instead we end up flinging it over to Big Papa Cheeseburger 6000, who's working their way up the corner.
Trying to turn up the power to over 9,000 perhaps, but we'll lose the ball as Game Tamer sends it down to Panda, I think, on that attempt. Maybe Astro, in fact, but Big Papa's there again to cause some disruption. Really aggressive on the defense. Oh, the goalkeeper just out of position ever so slightly. Will buy them a goal now for colorblind Chameleons, 1-0.
Drift ball resumes.
Cowboy going to try and roll out on the offense. And look at this interrupt from Panda. Yeah, that was a beautiful goal there. A nice solid push up. And now almost an intercept to another push attempt. But here comes the Big Cheeseburger working their way up. And this is an open goal. No, Toaster God is back there. Big Papa Cheeseburger goes for the rebound off the backboard and feathers it in. We're tied 1-1.
That's reminding me of some NBA slam dunk all-star moves right there. Kind of going right-handed with the initial throw, catching with the left, and then catching them off guard there with another shot in response immediately.
That was a awesome 1v1 challenge up through the sewers. Nobody ending up really taking on the tackle opportunity, and we just keep trading points back and forth. The floodgates are open, Palador, in round 2 here, and colorblind Chameleons are in the lead 2-1.
That they are, and that Goofy Goober Spranks will send it waywards to the midline. Toaster God as well as Astro are in the back to recollect that with little bit of time to spare against the aforementioned time from behind, trying to steal the ball, but a Game Tamer there, now with control, sends it right into a stacked group of defenders, though, so breaking up. There's Big Papa, and the big shot denied. Game Tamer in the area, as well as Toaster.
Love to see good defense coming in, Pally, because that is what's key for this team to make their way up through this Swiss bracket. You gotta be a solid defensive squad so you can fend off what are ultimately really great passing sequences in these 1v1 challenges. You got to have a good, solid goalie, and we're seeing it from both sides, honestly. Very good defensive goalie work, and Sprank's going to try and get some control for TGG. They are down a point. They need to settle down and find themselves an offensive opportunity. They can't allow another point to go on the board.
No, they can't. Pranks there with a light shove, able to get the ball right back. Spranks now with control, but a little bit of back and forth, just passing between the two teams, exchanging possession. Now from the sewers, Cheeseburger, Big Papa Cheeseburger coming right in. Could not deliver that, though, on the fast food. Will be time, though, quickly on the goal. Tough angle to shoot it at, however. Toaster now trying to dive out of goal and maintain control of that. Good rotations here, I will say, defensively. For the Chameleons, able to, again, dive, but they always have someone also rotating back into goal, so you love to see that, but not able to get anything going here in the offensive end as it gets lost in the midfield.
Yeah, nice little swing around from Cowboy. They were trying to do a little bit of a lasso maneuver there, and they couldn't quite finish it off. They were interrupted as Astromax scoops up one and passes it over to Panda Bob. A nice little advancement here. The whole team, Astromax, everyone's piling forward here for the colorblind Chameleons, and TGG going to be on point on the intercept time. Clears it all the way down. Almost makes a shot on goal, but it's going to flutter up and not be close enough.
Lobbed up there by Tamer as a Big Papa Cheeseburger does get the control. Just for a moment, however. Now Astro chasing it down, looking like Astro will be there first, but misread the trajectory, took an awkward little swing as Big Papa now swings up to the top, looking for a drop-off pass to TGG time, but a little mistimed on that as Game Tamer sends it back mid.
Clock is ticking down. Speaking of time, 30 seconds left. Chameleons in the lead still, but only by one. It is not a comfortable place to be, but they're buying time, and that means they're getting closer to a round win and us going to another round 4 series at least, Palador, which is something that I am going to secretly root for as TGG tries to keep the ball up off the floor. They want to get themselves an opportunity for a shot on goal. They don't want to let any more points get thrown in on the backside there by colorblind Chameleons as that one nearly goes in. And they can't scoop up ball in time, so here we go, Pally. Colorblind Chameleons and a guaranteed 4-round series.
Yeah, once again, that's been the magic number. We've hit it quite a few times across our 3 regions here in day 1 of this Ignition Cup. So lots more to go, but we're happy to be here to cast it. And, it took a while to get here after that first round of matchups. But now that we're here, we've got some good ones to show you. So thanks for sticking around with us there over in the YouTube chat. Again, see a lot of you guys chatting it up and supporting the streams, the teams. Of course, we have 3 channels live right now. So you have choices. You can switch back and forth. You can watch them all at once. Do what you please. It's your life, but we're happy you're here on VRML Network.
Yeah, we really do appreciate the support. It means a lot to us, and we're seeing a lot of growth here on the channel already. I mean, I think we've had over 100 subscribers, 200 subscribers just on the NA side today. So
yeah,
welcome in, new folks. We do appreciate you stopping by. We hope you're enjoying the action when it happens as we do get ready to dive into round number 3 in this best of 5.
They're off like a rocket.
If I was a betting man, Banana Man over there in the chat, I would say we're in for a great start to this round. It's Spranks here with first possession, it looks like, after that neutral jump ball.
Yeah, and a nice pass over to the center and an early opener here. The Goofy Goobers not looking so goofy, looking locked in and focused here in round 3.
In motion.
It was a sweet setup play, nothing too fancy about it, just fundamentally sound. A great pass and another great score over the outstretched arms. The defense dived just a little bit there and was out of position just enough to squeeze by a goal.
Play kicks off.
A nice little maneuver there. Astromax up the middle line with another nice little maneuver, intercepting Big Papa Cheeseburger, who's scooping it up. Astromax again picking it up, and time on the back line, fortunately stopping what could have been a disaster for the likes of the Goofy Goobers, but they worked their way back down into the zone of this colorblind Chameleon squad, and back and forth we go, Pally, between zones.
Absolutely. Big chase downs on that ball right through the sewers, across the whole map for that matter. Panda Bob with possession. Good pass the game, but time is there to recover. Astromax now, along with Panda Bob, just trying to fumble with that ball there, but they do indeed are able to maintain control as time now gets a little bit lost there. With that clear, but actually does get over the arms of Panda. He was in the back line, but could not quite reach the clear. Game Tamer there to reobtain for a moment before Spranks comes away with it.
A nice intercept from Spranks in the setup here. Maybe an opportunity? No. TGG can't get through the colorblind Chameleons defensive wall. Astromax going to clear this one out. A big intercept, though. Is this an opportunity? The open goal shot goes in.
What a smooth delivery. Even held the pose there a little bit, looking like Steph Curry from that three-point land. Although in this game, just worth one, sorry to say, but nice highlight nonetheless.
Big intercept from Spranks there as they scoop that one up and trying to work through that midfield. They can't get past Astromax, who tosses it over to Taters. They're going to look for the shot off the backboard. No, Toaster can't find it. And another clear back into the midfield, but staying into the hands of this offense from colorblind Chameleons.
And as the ball goes sailing towards that glass, Astromax is there with a tap, maybe a self-pass even. No, Spranks able to hit it away, redirecting traffic there into the midfield now. Spranks comes away with the ball, is assaulted by 3 different defenders. Has to be very careful as Astromax is able to come away with it now as well, but turns that turnover into another one of its own. So both teams now jostling for position here, 2-1. Goofy Goobers with the advantage. A couple minutes still on the clock, however.
Yeah, and we're just kind of trying to get some ball control in the corner here as Big Papa Cheeseburger swats it back for a clear to Cowboy, who works underneath the sewers but gets caught up on the corner, and it ends up being a fumble where Astromax and Panda regain some control, and the Chameleons going on to the attack, but not for long. Spranks tackled out. Astromax keeps the ball here inside the zone, and again, not for long. Whoop, there's Toaster God on the backside, scooping it up, getting tackled themselves, and we just keep exchanging brawls back and forth. These big tackles stopping the offensive setup.
And yeah, meanwhile, that deep backline, the goal area, just trying to maintain positioning was Cowboy, watching the play develop now in the front, trying to bring it up. But again, a lot of tough defense, high pressure from both teams anytime either one of them get control of the ball. We see another one being sent haphazardly into the opposite lane. So I think for both these teams, whoever can be the first to really slow it down, we'll start seeing those goals being sunk when you have the moments of chaos where it just seems like turnover after turnover. Nice. Turn it over into a goal after some passes there. And a good approach. So basically a 3-on-1 on a goalkeeper.
Play kicks off.
Yeah, Chameleons down 2 now. And time is ticking, Palador. A minute left on the clock. A good passing sequence here, though, that does set them up for potential push. Down onto the shot. There's Panda Bob. Threads one through. And
what a goal.
Well, a 1-point lead isn't too bad with 45 seconds left.
Yeah, they really needed that. That was a quick response, exactly what the doctor ordered to keep them alive in this match. Big Papa Cheeseburger there being taken stray there behind. Could not see that pickpocket coming through. Now it will be Panda Bob losing the handles just for a second. That could be costly. They definitely need to score here to keep their hopes alive in this round as time does wind down, trying to tie it up as Spranks now gets control of the ball.
Yeah, and you can't let this Goofy Goober squad have control at this stage because time going to be your worst enemy now, as they got to keep it elevated soon. 20 seconds left on the round, trying to push forward up through the sewers as just dribbling it and dying down time is all Cowboy needs to do. They're doing exactly what they need to do. Toaster just trying to get it elevated, trying to get it off the ground as Panda Bob manages to scoop it up, dribble it up to the high ground, fumbles it for a second, almost hits the floor, but they maintain control.
And they need to do that right now. They cannot let it touch the ground, or else that is the round. Might just be the case here, as it does indeed bounce. And the whistle blows, the round ends, and it will be the Goofy Goobers taking the series advantage, that is, 2-1. But still more to come.
Yeah, we are guaranteed at least another round this afternoon with how these teams have been playing. And because of the best of 5, Pally, I just feel like we're getting a lot more back and forth today. You know, I feel like the best of 3 series that we played out in the Pioneer Cup was fun, but brief. It felt like teams couldn't maybe settle in for a moment to bounce back, and now we're seeing, you know, round 4 coming up here, and so far so good with these teams getting opportunities to not let that momentum swing impact them too much.
And how about the score lines? Talk about consistency across rounds. Not a lot of separation between these teams, so it's obviously competitive. I mean, 2 points scored every single round for the Chameleons. Meanwhile, the 3 points scored in a couple of those rounds here for the Goofy Goobers as we get ready to start on this fourth.
Everyone's set up waiting for the launch. A nice pickup from Papa Cheeseburger as they clear it down. Game Tamer going to be there to pick it up on the back line and swat it away to the midfield.
Bouncing off the Halo as well will still be taken back by Game for a moment. But Big Papa Cheeseburger on the roll-up. Oh, dodges, jumps one defender, hands off the pass to Time. Time, struggles with the collection. Otherwise, a beautiful setup on the play. They're going to still maintain control for just a moment as Cheeseburger comes around with the ball. And Cheeseburger trying to deliver a nice one into the goal. But so many defenders there, finding a teammate. Picture-perfect pass to Cowboy to finish it off.
On the board, Goofy Goobers again in the lead early. They did this last round and ended up taking it, so maybe a good omen for them. We'll have to see if a quick bounce back, but I think is what we saw pretty much immediately from Chameleons last time happens here, and they get that tie at 1-1 just to kind of clear the palette. They need to break the seal. Panda Bob with a good bit of dribbling, and what an intercept from Spranks.
Spranks up the floor now from the Halo. Defenders retreating quickly into the goal. Spranks on the approach with some speed and Time securing it at the end there.
Oh my circuits, what a goal.
Love to see the coordination, the beautiful, really nice bounce pass at the end of the day coming in there. Well received from their teammate. The cross there, Panda Bob and Astromax not quite home to intercept it, and a bit of a scramble for ball control in the corner. The nice cross here. Panda Bob does pick up that one.
Goal!
Excellent decision making too. Once he got control of the ball, decided, didn't panic in the situation that you could panic in, but no, took the time to really paint it into the corner of the goal, not just throw it directly at the goalie's arms or body. So really nice shot placement there to get them on the board here. As that first shot misses, the second will not. Securing that, who was it? Cheeseburger, I believe.
Yeah, now things are really starting to flow in here as we get 4 points scored in rapid succession. And, maybe another one here. Time going to get the intercept and follow that ball all the way home for a fourth point from Goofy Goobers. They are running away with the series now at this point, leading it 2-1 and leading this round 4-1.
Look, SpongeBob would be proud of these Goobers right now. They are doing some dirty work, but in the best of ways. Cowboy with the ball, trying to pass it over to the teammates, all clustered up there in the mid lane, but they do split up now. Cheeseburger sending a pass over, but takes a bad bounce off of the bridge, the nest that is. And now deep shot, nearly making it into the goal. Maybe there's a turn? No. The defense doing a tremendous job to scoot their way back into position.
Getting there just in time to swat it away, and a nice intercept from Cheeseburger, stopping that cross pass from turning into maybe another goal. Up the top line of the midfield we go, and everyone using their boost to get a little bit of action. Here's Panda Bob and Astromax on the back line. Take a shot, but it's swatted away. Great save.
Yes, indeed, and now back into the mid lane. 4 players there, 2 from either team kind of converging on the ball, trying to jostle and wrestle around for that position, skating by, looking like a bunch of pro skaters here at the moment, just gliding around that ball and trying to find that control, vying for the control. Game Tamer briefly had it, but then lost it up and then had no boost to go retrieve the ball. Of course, another one of those big factors we talk about, the boost management, getting in the way sometimes with these players. Is a beautiful tackle from Game Tamer to deny that goal attempt.
Cowboy scooping that one up and swatting it away as well. Really nicely done on the defensive side, Pally, like you said, coming together to stop points from the colorblind Chameleons and keeping their 3-point lead in a comfortable position. Game Tamer gets a pass down to the back line, but they miss it and don't get their follow-up opportunity for the shot on goal.
And Time indeed not on the side here of the Chameleons. They're down by a few, only 1 minute remaining, and if it keeps going this way, then it will be the Goofy Goobers taking this series in the 4 rounds. So need to act fast here if you're Chameleons.
Still, not a lot of time anymore, like you said, as we go into the sewers, and this Goofy Goobers squad doing a wonderful job of just keeping ball control and not allowing the Chameleons to get their hands on it and get set up on the offense. And at 30 seconds left, Pally, I don't know if it's possible for them to score 3 goals in a row. I think they have run out of time, but we'll see if they are going to at least keep going to chip away at this league. Because at the end of the day, pal, it could come down to rounds 1 that actually matter, you know, in determining if you are a top team, if you qualify through, because there are so many teams playing in this Swiss bracket.
Yeah, exactly. So these teams will always, from start to finish, as we do finish the round and the match there, start to finish, you want to play your hardest. It does matter in the end. Very potentially will matter in the end in certain results and matchups. So nice job. Very entertaining match there. Close across the rounds, really. It wasn't until that final 4th round the Goofy Goobers popped off a little more than earlier, getting those 4 points and only conceding 1 to Colorblind Chameleons, who otherwise were very consistent throughout the match, but just could not quite topple that mountain there for those 1 or 2 point losses in those first few rounds.
Yeah. Either way, a fun series to tune into, and we do appreciate everyone that is stopping by, hanging out, and enjoying the action. We've got 2 more rounds left, 2 more best of 5s to tune into, but for now, our server is empty with action. All the games have been played out here, and I imagine that the rest of these games slowly wrapping up, and scores should be submitted soon. So round 3 is coming up. We're going to take a brief break. We might come back, check out some highlights, and then get ready to dive into the action. So stick around. More NA Ignition Cup action coming up.
Prepare to start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. And somebody's
Spud in the bottom, going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point.
welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting for us to get ready to dive in to our next Best of 5 series this afternoon. Like Pally said, we started with 128 teams, and now this round 2 had 108 teams, so 20 teams getting culled down. And, yeah.
You started
squads,
with 200, then went down.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. 200, right? 200 signed up in NA, and now 129 showed up today, and now 109 are playing. So we'll see if that number continues to dwindle a little bit. But
I'll go back to what I said earlier about the nature of the beast and also good problems to have. Not that we want to see teams cut and culled, but it's kind of crazy that we can see maybe almost half of the teams from the original number get cut, and then we still have over 100. It's still one of our highest participated cups that we've had. Good problem to have, I suppose. But yeah, it definitely is. And I mean, it's led to, at the end of the day, still some really great plays. You look at the replays. We've had some great games, some solid best of 4s so far, Palador, and I've been impressed with what we've been seeing on the both EU and NA side so far. Absolutely. We've gotten some good looks between our 3 regions at these teams that I haven't gotten a look at on the cast previously. But now we're getting good looks at new players, new faces, new teams and such, and that's always been one of my favorite parts of VRML. For those who aren't really familiar with the format, and especially, we stick with Orion Drift, and if and when VRML sees any kind of seasonal play here for Orion Drift, if you're not familiar, you will be soon. We get so many casts in, and it's always one of the best parts. It's not just, your top teams only on our streams. We feature so many teams across the entire ladder, mastered all the way through bronze. So, if you're interested in the game, you're interested in the comp scene, I mean, with a game as populated as this, there's something for everyone. Doesn't matter how good or bad or in the middle you are, or casual, competitive, whatever the case is, VRML is great to cater to all those levels of play.
Yeah, it is. This was an open tournament, so basically anybody that wanted to play could sign up for it, and it just so happens, Pally, that we've been jumping into good back and forths, and we're now adding Aiden into the roster. And Aiden, how are you feeling coming into NA Day 1 here for a couple of best of 5s?
Feeling really good. I witnessed a little bit of that last match, have to say. It was very great. Loved the defense on, I don't remember that team. I think it was the Chameleons. Their defense was absolutely insane. And I watched a lot of good shots get stopped. But moreover, on the you get casted either way, no matter your skill. I can confirm this. I used to be on a lot of bronze teams. Palador would always cast me, along with many other casters in VRML. So,
cheers.
all teams are welcome. Shout out to Valley.
But you know what? The fun part too is watching again that development. It's happened with so many players, right? Like where I witnessed first these teams or these players I cast as bronze teams, silver teams, and then within 1 season, 2 seasons, suddenly you see those same teams becoming silver, gold, diamond, master, even in some cases for these players. So it kind of seeing the progression, the growth. It's happened so many times. It's always a really cool thing to see that long-term storytelling in a sense.
Yeah, it is a good time. And if you are keyed in, we are just stalling for time. We've only got a couple more games that need scores submitted, and then we will be underway. So we appreciate you bearing with us. Again, it's just takes a lot of time when you have so many teams. So a big shout out to all the squads that are participating, and of course everyone that is watching. We do appreciate your patience. We are going to have to go to another little break just so we can rest our voices here, because we've been going at it all afternoon. And when we come back, it will be hopefully the start of round 3 and us getting ready to dive into hopefully another 4-round series, but hey, at least a best of 5 and more Orion Drift NA Ignition Cup action. So don't go anywhere. We've got today and tomorrow and next weekend filled with games and content, and there's also the Breachers Challenger Cup going on in North America and the Veil postseason going on right now in North America. So if you want to check out something else on the VR esports space, we do have other postseasons and seasons finishing right now on the VRML Network. So check it out, tune into that action, but also come back here after a couple of minutes, because we are going to be diving in to round 3 of the Ignition Cup, and you're not going to want to miss it. Welcome back, everybody, to the Orion Drift Ignition Cup in the NA Swiss bracket. My name is Nightfire with 2 E's. I'm joined by Aiden VR and Palador, and we are moments away from diving into our next matchup, Secret versus Senshi, here over in Arena 6 on our server. And Aiden, I gotta wonder, how are you feeling about this matchup?
I'm feeling very good about this matchup. There's a lot of very familiar faces, both from Echo and from Comp. Competitive Orion Drift has been one of the bigger things going on recently, but again, lots of recognizable names, very high ranks here, so it should be a very good one.
I realize that the team is wrong. Sunshine versus Nebula is what we're watching here. Sorry, we had the wrong names there, but yes, the players are still the same in this lobby. On Sunshine, we've got that green pigeon, Matthew, King Icy, Corpse, Cutie, and Sweet Tooth. And over on Nebula, we've got Killers, Lem, VG, Navy, Guapo, Pilo, and Ryan. And it's good to have those extra players, Palador. We talked about it. You know, to have that deep roster ends up paying off when maybe one disconnects in the middle of a round.
Yeah, we actually witnessed that earlier on the stream as well. I think our first match of the day, right, where we had one drop out in a round, but then I think it was actually maybe the EU Cup, but in any case, yeah, then you had that instant switch. It was very seamless. It worked out nicely, and that's definitely one improvement from what we were used to from the Echo days, just being able to really deal with those disconnects in a more graceful manner. Nice to see, and even nicer to see, Nightfire. We've got the round start here in this matchup.
Yep. Aiden, if you can just confirm we're on the right sides as we do get into this, check the rosters, and into round one we go with Sunshine on the orange and Nebula in the black, and Sunshine on red, pushing up here. Killers looking for a potential shot on goal as they vial through. Sweet Tooth knocks it away. King Icy here picks it up, and Sweet Tooth looking for a bit of a swat. No, they can't get it. Lemvy gonna scoop that up and push it out into the midfield.
Yeah, Lemvy getting tackled out there by Corpus, and Corpus now sending it to Sweet Tooth. Sweet Tooth just at the edge of the fingertips, couldn't wrangle control for that moment as Navy takes it away up top. Sweet Tooth the tackle, the intercept now, the steal rather. Sweet Tooth getting control of that ball, trying to send it over to King, it would seem. Teams here vying for control. A lot of these tackles, though, not offering a lot of time, as a swoop by steal from Corpus.
Yeah, nice little scoop up. Gonna ride down the side, pick up all the boost they need, but can't get the setup. Everyone was home on the offense, but the pass doesn't come through because of a good tackle. And Lemvy's gonna follow it up, swats it down to his teammate. The bounce pass ends up getting scooped up by Ryan and brought over to the corner for the team to set up for the offensive push. The cross, the shot on goal from Killers goes wide. No, it's swatted away by Sweet Tooth. A wonderful save.
Sweet Tooth doing what he does best, which is to say a whole lot of things, actually. But that said, goalkeeping is certainly one of them. But offense also, as Sweet Tooth now tries to do just that, separating himself from the defender, now delivering one to a green pigeon. There's that chemistry, the nice team play at work. A deep pass, though, will take a bad bounce, unfortunately. Ryan will slap it midways towards Navy. And Navy on the approach here. Watch out, Navy from the sky. That doesn't make any sense. But green pigeon here on the floor. That doesn't make sense. There you go. Flies to the ceiling and distributes the ball rightwards.
If I could replay shot calls, I'd put that one on the replay right there. But I'd love to have it here with all the fun on names. As Corp is on the bottom side, going to work through the sewers, the trenches, and eventually rotate back to their team's comfort zone. Look for a bit of a cross and reset. Those are risky. These resets are dangerous to be taking when you've got the entire defense kind of pushing forward, essentially turning into an aggressive offense looking for intercepts.
Oh yeah, you're playing with slim margins, and you called it very well, Knight, because it did result in a turnover and an open goal.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, and a really nice goal it was, you know. I think Sunshine trying to get those resets in, trying to kind of pull apart the defense over on Nebula, but just not able to do it. Nebula took advantage of that, and they're going for another open goal as it's just to that left now. And your teams are correct, by the way.
Excellent. Knocked over into the corner, and Corp is looking for ball control here. Gonna find it. Working their way up through the midfield, and a nice intercept from Killers. Pushes it over for a shot on goal, but Sweet Tooth misses it, and the Corp is on the back line, saves the day.
It happens to all of us. One of those unforced errors, almost paid for it. I'm sure Sweet was clenching there, but instead, we'll turn over to the other side. No harm, no foul. Although the ball does sail right towards Sweet Tooth now, trying to make some offensive moves. Hits Pigeon right in the groove. A great stride pass, but even better defense from Killers and Co. Look at the dribbling around the defenders, just breaking some ankles before sending it mid lane.
Lacey's going to be here to scoop it up, tosses it over to the corner, but nobody is home to grab it. The Great Pigeon tries to knock away, the Green Pigeon, tries to knock away the defense that's charging them, but can't as they get tackled across to Sweet Tooth. They try to slap it past the defense, but again, Lemvy back there scoops it up and puts their team back into the attack. Nice pass to G Navy, and that's what it takes. Good passing back and forth, Pally.
Absolutely, and Navy trying to get a pass over, I think, to Killers, but Killers was absolutely swarmed by the defenders there. So it will be a turnover for a moment. Back and forth. Green Pigeon there contesting Navy. Navy comes away with the ball, climbs up towards the sky as Corpus disrupts, takes control of the ball now towards the midfield where just squeezes by Lemvy, and now King and Co. Along with Killer will have to all dive on that ball trying to contest. Killer now with some tackles.
Yeah, good pickup from them at the end of the day. G Navy going to scoop that up. Gets a nice wall ride up to the top. A cross pass that gets scooped up by Lemvy back down to the bottom, but nobody's home. G Navy not quite ready for that one. Another cross to the center. Lemvy going to take another shot. That one goes a little bit high off of a good tackle.
Corpus sending it mid lane, but a good read by Lemvy. Swooped in there in no time at all. Now we'll just back it out a little bit, trying to dodge and evade Sweet Tooth with Sweet Tooth. Ooh, was a risky reset there, as it will be now taken back here by Lemvy and Co., or Corpus rather, and Ryan. Just a lot of cluster on that wall. Hard to even see the names at times as Corpus comes away with it. No angle on a shot, and no shot at a goal as a round does wind down.
One goal is all it took Nebula to win this first round in this best of 5, Aiden. I mean, this one was close.
Yeah, it really was. Lots of back and forth the entire round. And honestly, I'm going to say it, if Sunshine didn't do that really risky reset towards the first half of the round, we'd probably be in overtime right now. But, lots of teams, I love the defense and the offense, and, Sunshine Nebula, they're both really good teams at doing both. We've seen Sunshine quite a bit in the Pioneer Cup. They were under a different name, I believe, but nonetheless, great teams, and they are adapting to the new styles of play.
Yeah, I mean, like we were talking about earlier, Palador, it comes down to being able to practice a couple of extra weeks in comparison to the Pioneer Cup, so these teams are just a little bit better, a little bit more honed in, and Nebula, with 1 point, has a one-round lead as we go into round 2.
All right, in no time at all, we've got the action right back in the game here in this second round. And so really with that one score, there we go. No time at all wasted, and we finally get one to open up this round. It's funny how that works. You go 5 minutes without a score for Sunshine, and then in about 5 seconds, they just managed to get a score there.
Yeah, a solid pickup off of the initial joust, and now Lemvy trying to work past the front line defense, tosses it over to Killers. Maybe they're going to find a quick answer back, or maybe we're going to see another offensive push coming in from this team. A nice spot there. That was almost past the defense front line there. They kind of missed the ball in the corner. And now Sweet Tooth getting an opportunity to fly past the front line defense, get back into the back line. Killers tries to get that ball and can't. Uh-oh, a shot on goal. That goes just a little wide. Green Pigeon scoops it up.
Yeah, straight but a bit high there. Nice clear kind of into a shot. We've seen those at times as Lemvy now will carry control. Eyes down the pass, but Kingsley really saw that all along the way. Read that from a mile as King will now dive in on a goal. Looking for the pass. A good handoff. Oh, trying to paint the corner. You saw the intention. Just the execution wasn't quite there.
Yeah, good offensive retrieval, too, as Green Pigeon does a good wall carve to the top, but it's tackled onto the corner. They re-tackle G-Navy to stop them from clearing, but they do not stop them from clearing. G-Navy bounces back off of that tackle, scoops it up, and keeps things rolling up to the midfield. But King Isley with a nice pickup gets an opportunity for a shot. They thread it through.
And that's, oh my circuits, what a goal.
Two uncontested points there for Sunshine. Go ahead.
They're not wasting any time.
Yeah,
Aiden's forgot he's been enjoying watching
I did forget. I have to talk. happens. You know, it happens. But yeah, 2 uncontested points now from Sunshine. Looking good so far. That's all I had to say. Sorry. Go ahead. Oh, and a third.
Looking great so far. Aiden.
Ball magic.
Yeah, there's me again. More uncontested points. One thing I will say I have to notice is Nebula. I count 3 goals that they've just kind of shot from half field, and there's always a goalie back. So maybe instead they can try and give it some good resets, some good passing plays, and trying to get some more goals.
Either way, big points locked in for Sunshine. 3 in a row. Palador, we could be destined for another 4-round series at this stage, but we'll have to see. As a cross pass there and a wonderful shot down that's denied by Rylan.
Yeah, Ryan there looking like Ryan Air, flying for the slapper, a high five on the ball to deny a score, but right back into the goal. Oh, and it will be successful. They are starting to fill this one up with 4 points.
Yeah, Sunshine seeming to find their footing here in this second round. We are 3 minutes in at the moment, and they are shining. That is for sure.
I mean, they are danger close to mercy territory at this stage.
You said it.
For the first-person perspective there, G Navy takes the shot and a denial, a wonderful save. Sweet Tooth in the defense on the back line stopped that one from going through.
Yeah, just like that first round, had a nice save in there earlier on. Opens up this round with another, and they continue to just drain them from every angle, and that time from above the nest. A tremendous offensive display we're seeing after going scoreless there in round 1.
Yeah, absolutely amazing offense from Sunshine right now. And as you did mention, yeah, they went completely scoreless in that first round. But, you know, maybe they were just trying to get a feel for the Team Nebula. You never know.
Maybe it just says they're a heavy momentum team, Palador. Like we saw with the best of threes, the momentum meant a lot in determining who was going to win. And right now, up 5-0, they just started strong and kept playing strong. They're looking for the mercy here off of this pass, and they're going to find it. They go from losing around Palador to mercying in round 2. Sunshine tie this up 1-1.
And not only that, but losing by just what. Again, going scoreless. It was 1-0, so they didn't just lose; they didn't score at all. And then to come back and not even need the full 5 minutes to score 6 points uncontested. What a crazy turnaround that was. Aiden, your thoughts?
There's not a lot of thoughts behind this brain right now, but I have to say I am very surprised at that sudden uproar from Sunshine and Nebula. I think it's going to be a different third round. A very, very different third round.
I want to point out, I don't know what they did. But I did notice after the first round, while we were kind of analyzing and whatnot, Green Pigeon and Kingsley both exited the arena, went over to like the settings terminal and changed something. I don't know what they did. I don't know if they just hid the spectators because we were bothering them. But either way, both of them went and changed something on the terminal. They came back and then they killed it in that round. So whatever they did, maybe that's a secret sauce too.
We'll have to see if they can keep killing it now. It's a wonderful pass down to Corpus connects, and Corpus getting control for a brief moment as Lemby challenges them in the corner, swats it away, and the Nebula defense getting pulled apart by what is a great pass sequence from Sunshine.
Yeah, a great passing sequence there from Sunshine. It's now going to be moved forward by Nebula. They're going to try and make their move as they do have an open pass over to G Navy. G Navy going to go for it, just off the mark though.
And it will be now a big scrum in the middle there as King sends a powerful clear the opposite way. Knew that there was teammates in the area. There's Green Pigeon now. Definitely picking up momentum for Sunshine and co. But Navy trying to halt it just a little bit. But open goal almost conceded. Sweet Tooth now bouncing one off the wall. Kingsley there as well to disrupt. Past the arms of Guap. And will be up top to Green Pigeon again on this drive. A dish and a special delivery into a goal.
Special delivery. He doesn't play here. At least not that I know of.
We're live once more.
What do you mean? It's called Jake Ball, right?
Oh, that makes so much more sense now.
Yeah.
Okay, you can.
And it is now Sunshine really running away with this one. Again, this is 8 unanswered points. This Nebula squad that managed to put one up the board in round 1 and keep them out of their goal in an entire, for 5 minutes, is just not able to fend off the momentum now of this Sunshine squad. They are shining brightly. Maybe there was just a cloud that was in their way the last round, but they're looking good here now as Sweet Tooth does scoop up the ball.
And right now, just in a position where they're trying to find any kind of momentum that they can get, because not a lot of it for Nebula, so they gotta, go above the sun, reach for those stars, and get a shot to drop. And yeah, there you go. Took a while, but with halfway through this round left, I mean, they still have time, Aiden.
My idea is they might have muted their opponents. That is my theory there. But a great steal there from Nebula. Killer's leading the way. It flies high, and Sweet Tooth is able to just get a slap over to mid.
That was dangerously close. They nearly had the setup there. Is the Green Pigeon gonna fumble the ball a little bit into the corner? G Navy tries to fly up and scoop it up, but the pass to Sweet Tooth is on point. Corp is also picking up a really nice connection from Sweet Tooth, and they're going to come flying down the mid lane, looking for an opportunity and find the shot on goal. Goal!
We talk about the shots with purpose. Aiden, we were talking about it earlier on. That was, again, with purpose. You saw the intent, really going for a corner, not just throwing it randomly, but throwing it in the place that it needed to be thrown.
Yep. And I think we're going to see that a lot. If these teams do see an open goal, they are going to take it. But sometimes either the defender's just a little too quick or the defender can't be seen. And, it's a 50-50 shot, but it happened.
Trying to get the shot through here. They'll thread their way up for another point. Nebula having a tough time fending off Sunshine in their coordination.
Drift ball frenzy restarts.
Sunshine really just locking in. Nebula managing to get a point on the board, and Guapo pushing up here for an attempt, but has no real support from the backline as Sweet Tooth dribbles their way forward here, crosses up to the midfield. Lenvy with a nice intercept keeps things rolling for the offense for Nebula.
Lenvy just trying to stabilize their team a little bit here. And they definitely need one because it's been a runaway train, maybe even a Nebula train, you could say, except it's been Sunshine doing the work. Guapo now trying to make a move on the goal, but Kingsley's there to interrupt, trying to chase down Navy, chases down with some success. Navy finding the ball, trying to bobble it around, and both players there struggling to maintain control as Green Pigeon will be the beneficiary at the other end for a moment, as Lenvy, though, does race back on the floor, causing more interruption. Green Pigeon with the ball here at the sidelines, right over Navy. And time is winding down on this round. Less than 30 seconds left to go. Sunshine firmly in control night.
Yeah, they've got themselves a nice, comfortable lead, and at this point, looking like they're going to be the one that's taking it to series point after this one. With 10 seconds left, I think it's impossible for Nebula to get the goal they need. But you do want to ride momentum into the next round. And so if they can at least put up a nice cross sequence here, Green Pigeon tries to get that ball, but it goes a little bit out of their reach, then maybe just one more point on the board will end up taking them nicely in to our fourth round of this best-of-5 series. But for now, the ball stays afloat with time completely finished for the round. Kingsley balancing it, looking for a goal. And yeah, I think it is just a matter of trying to get some momentum in with you to the next round and try and get a point here.
Yeah, it's frankly impressive sometimes watching these matches. At the end of the matches, there are times where they keep the ball alive in the air there a lot longer than you'd expect. And we're seeing that right here. Both these teams are not satisfied with what the current score is. They want to still get as many plays as they can, get that bonus time, some extra gameplay there, extra scores, as it will eventually hit the floor there. But it took a solid minute or so.
On Earth and beyond, thank you for being a part of this incredible.
Yeah.
We have swung the pendulum a bit from Nebula leading us into a 1-0 map 1 to now Sunshine kind of carrying things away here in 2 rounds. What do you think happens here in round 4, Aiden? Do you think maybe we get a little bit more of that strong defense that Nebula was showing in round 1?
I think we get a tie-up and we get an overtime. I think Nebula just awakens. But yeah, we keep talking about momentum, and Sunshine definitely has that. But Nebula scored those, I think it was 2 goals, so they know they're not out of it yet. They have that momentum from those 2 goals to hopefully push them forward, and let's get another round. That's what I think.
is what Sir Dimwat thinks as well as we get ready for round number 4 with the ball in place. We've got Sunshine on the orange squad, Nebula on the black side,
It's
and
showtime.
round number 4 kicking off.
We got a lot of great folks there in the live chat as well, complimenting these smooth shots. Exactly, I'm inclined to agree. Right, we say it a lot how the pro players at these high levels, they make the difficult look so easy and buttery smooth. It makes you think, for those sitting at home or maybe haven't even played, you think, oh, I can do that. But you can't unless you practice and put in the hours like these folks have.
That is so true. They make it look so easy as we dive down into the sewers. King Icy going to push up the challenge of the 1v1, and they make their way in for a
And that's
goal.
oh
What
my
a great bit of
circuits,
dribbling.
What a goal.
Yeah, what a great spot of dribbling. Taking a page from the
Come on,
British.
they're not wasting
Just to
any
put it
time.
in the goal there and get it done. That is the first point of this series going to Sunshine. Oh, and an open goal going to Sunshine as well. Would you look at that?
No, never look at the sun,
one's-
Aiden. That's very bad.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's true.
Play resumes.
My bad.
We won't be able to watch any more Orion Drift, and we got a lot more Orion Drift ahead of us. Still, we've got one more round today for North America, and then, of course, OCE Finals later tonight, 11 p.m. PST, and then EU and NA start all over again tomorrow. So a lot of OD on this channel, a lot of postseason on this channel, Breachers, Veil, all of it going to be broadcast on the VRML Network as that sweet dribble forward, locked in by Killers for a point, goes into the hands of Nebula.
Drift ball resumes.
A killer solo play there for sure. Just dribble it right into the goal over Sweet Tooth. Not an easy person to get the ball by, but did so with some ease, as it will be Corpus now. Not as easy, but oh, look at that. Swinging in. Was that Sweet? Just able to tap that ball after it got dislodged by the defenders diving.
Balls in motion.
Yeah, got knocked back for a minute there, and Sweet Tooth came in for the save, just able to knock it in as hard as he could. So great play there from Sunshine, able to come back even when their teammate got pushed.
Big intercept. Ball gets close to the goal, but goes a little wide. Corpus on the back line is able to scoop it up, takes it to the top halo, and works their way forward with a nice bit of a pass there to nobody, unfortunately. And Ryan trying to get it, can't quite scoop it up. Killer is going to swat it away. Nice little 360 spin there. G-Navy going to hit that one behind their back. It's almost a shot on goal that Corpus has to scoop up and stop.
Style points for sure, but no points on the scoring board off that. Could not get anything to go. Will be a turnover. Corpus now sending it to Green Pigeon. Just beautiful delivery right in the stride. There was no adjustment necessary from Pigeon. Just caught it and was already in position.
We're live once more.
And I mean, that's one of those things too. You know, some of these teams have had way more time to practice than others. I know Sunshine, I've seen them around quite a bit, and there's another open goal.
And it's
I've seen
in.
Sunshine around quite a
That
bit,
is how
just
you play
screaming and
football,
practicing.
ladies and gentlemen.
And they definitely have the team comp that, well, a top tier team would need. I haven't seen Nebula as
Drift
much
ball
though.
resumes.
So maybe a newer team to this all, maybe just doesn't have the amount of understanding where each other are. Who's to say?
And
By
maybe
the way, Sunshine, I think, keep finding good picks, Palador. That's from my perspective, maybe the key element here is that they are just getting the ball out of the hands of their opponent and then instantly following it up with good shots like that as Sweet Tooth
What a
puts another
play.
one into the goal and getting close again to another mercy.
oh boy.
Play kicks off.
Well, that said, yeah, we're approaching that territory there as Killers just patiently dribbling around, trying to look for an angle at some teammates here. And I kind of agree with your point here. We're seeing just a lot of these picks and, again, that calmness almost in the air for these Sunshine players. Whenever they are on defense, they're not looking too stressed, just like right there. You know, Easy does it. That was a difficult save. Flying backwards, still got it. I mean, they're just making it look, again, buttery smooth with their gameplay. Their passing is really on point, especially. I think that's a huge difference maker as well. We're not really seeing quite as much of that passing and those passing cut plays from the side here of Nebula.
The Halo geometry saving the day there. And yeah, I do got to agree with you there. It is, the jukes are definitely a valuable tool to be able to have. The top cars, the ceiling cars. Guapo, almost missing that shot, but followed up, thankfully, by their teammate. Nebula put a point on the board. Not that it matters much, Abe.
Play recommences.
Yeah, I mean, we're down to the last 15 seconds. There is currently no more mathematical time left. But, hey, I think Nebula is still going to try and get another goal. But Sunshine, not going to make it easy on him. Going to fight till the end.
Well, and the end now is, there you go, just about reached, as it will be Sunshine in 3. So a reverse sweep after the unknown change of settings from a couple of their players. We're presuming maybe just muting the other team, as Aiden pointed out. Because there was some sort of settings adjustment, and from then on out, they just shot fireballs at Nebula for the rest of the way. 6 points in round 2, 4 points in round 3, 6 points in round 4. I mean, that's an incredible scoring output night.
Yeah, they are definitely on fire. If they can carry that into their 4th round, they'll be setting themselves up to remain undefeated in this group stage and wrap up the day with a 4-0 record. They'll move on tomorrow to play the next 4 rounds of the Swiss bracket, but yeah, they are currently undefeated, so we're likely to see them again. But for now, we are going to go to a brief break. We may jump in midway to a series if another round is still being played, but I do believe that we could be wrapping up round 3 soon and getting ready for round 4. So stick around, don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more NA Ignition Cup Orion Drift action. You're not going to want to miss it. welcome back, everybody. Thank you for patiently waiting for us to get ready for more NA Ignition Cup action. We are just waiting for scores to be submitted by a few teams out there, and then we will be getting into that fourth round. It's tough when you have 99 teams now competing against each other and also all playing best of fives. You kind of end up going the max length of a series that you can every time because there's so many players, and it's a good problem to have, Palador. Like we've been saying, This is awesome that we're struggling to run a fast tournament because there's so many teams that want to participate. It's a good problem to have.
Yeah, and again, now we're down to 99 teams, and Eclipse ain't one. Actually, that's not even true. There's a few Eclipse teams that I've seen across all three regions, funnily enough. But yeah, and speaking of teams that we see there, Ignite is in the chat now, stopping by. I know that's a big story that we were following because we know what they've done as a championship brand of sorts in Echo. They dominated the comp scene there for many years, and they're no doubt having success in this cup. Haven't seen them on this channel yet, but without a doubt, we're going to see them in day 2 and week 2 at the very least. Some, again, a lot of familiar faces here, especially in the NA scene, and a bit of other scenes as well, EU and OCE. But in NA, we've seen some Echo players in a lot of these matches. And again, talking about the skill translation, and yeah, I mean, again, we're rolling. We're rolling, Knight.
Yeah. I know, we are, and we are getting ready for our fourth round, and it's a good time for us to promote quickly the Phoenix Invitational, a $5,000 cash prize tournament that's hosted live at VRML Con across 2 stages, but the qualifiers coming up June 27th and 29th. All you got to do is buy a ticket to VRML Con, get ready to attend, get your hotel, all of that set up to fly out to Phoenix, Arizona, and register your team. A ticket gets you entry into all 5 tournaments that are being hosted at VRML Con between Pavlov, Breachers, Onward, Vale, and Orion Drift all day Sunday. There's $20,000 to earn. And quite frankly, if you register in any one of these tournaments, there's a chance that you could be coming out with some prize money. I mean, at the end of the day, I know there's going to be a lot of teams competing for that Orion Drift title of VRML Con champion and that $5,000 cash prize pool. But who knows what we're going to see in terms of the rosters and teams out there at the con. It's going to be a lot of fun, and again, qualifiers coming up June 27th to the 29th. If you haven't already, you can register your team. If you did manage to get yourself a VRML Con ticket, which you can find over at vrmasterleague.com/VRMLCon. Registrations close to qualifier dates, so do be sure to register your team now if you do have a ticket and get ready for VRML Con, which again is going to be, I think, maybe our most attended in-person event. And we've talked about it. We've shown clips of it. You know, we've got the look back at VRML Con footage, and it's good stuff. I mean, we've got medals planned again for this year. Spoiler alert. And merch, all that stuff, booths, demos, 2 stages with live content, multiple tournaments, $20,000 in cash prizing. It's going to be a lot of fun, Palador. You and me are going to be there, too.
Absolutely. We'll be there. So many players across all our games will be there. So, again, undeniably unmissable experience. If you can go, you should go. I highly recommend it. Meet all your friends. Meet all your rivals, your favorite casters and whatnot, your favorite teams, hang out. And it's a good time. A really memorable event for sure, as we see those amazing clips from our last couple of years of VRML Con. The pride of VRML for sure. To bring that to the community, to bring that to real life. It's one of those things that, big point of pride, I think, within our organization to, do that, after VRML's time on the comp scene, I mean, we're here, we're kicking, we're thriving.
It takes a lot of work, I'll tell you that much, but we're happy to do it for the folks that enjoy it, and there are a lot of folks that enjoy the live in-person comp scene. How could you not? It's a good time. We are going to take a quick break and get ready for round number 4. We are just waiting for, again, maybe now only a few more games to have their scores submitted, and we will get back into some live action, but quick shout out to everyone tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the game today. We did break 6,000 subscribers, so a big shout out to all of you fine folk that have hit that sub button and thumbs up the stream. We really do appreciate you. It is our most sub channel I think we've ever had, and it's only growing more as we branch out the network and continue to produce tons of content for VR esports at the VRML Network. So a big shout out to everyone that has subbed. We really do appreciate your support. A big shout out to the super chats as well. We've had a couple come in today. That financial support means a tremendous amount to us as well. So thank you so much for supporting VRML, and subscribe for more content because there's going to be a lot more of it. Shorts, reels, highlights, interviews, a bunch of stuff to look forward to here on the network that you're not going to want to miss. But we're going to take a brief break, and we'll be back with round 4 of the Ignition Cup. Welcome back, everybody. If you're tuning in and you stuck around and you're here for round 4, the final round of the NA Ignition Cup, then you've managed to make it for a good one. It is Ignite versus IVNA to end the day, Palador, and I don't think there's a more exciting matchup maybe than this one here in this bracket.
I don't think there's a more thematically appropriate one in this bracket. Ignition Cup, and we're seeing the re-debut of Ignite here against a very strong Ivy team. Of course, we see Ivy across our leagues, Ivy being the EU winners of the Pioneer Cup. But we have the Ivy NA folk here as well, top tier talent, and this is going to be a great one versus this returning, formerly retired but now unretired Ignite team. If you'll bear with me for a second just to go through that brief history, they were a dominant team in Echo. Now, the players on this one are not the exact same roster. The roster has actually shifted across the seasons, but this branded Ignite have been a strong one for something like 7 years in Echo. They really were reigning at the top level just about, or 6 years or so. Scary team for sure. And the other story, of course, is if you look behind the logo, look behind the name for this Ignite team, well, you got the Crane Gang, and guess what? They're the ones who actually won NA in the Pioneer Cup a few weeks back for NA. So, again, new roster of Ignite of sorts, but same championship caliber. I'm excited to see how they do against Ivy, but I'm also a little bit scared what I'm about to see as well. And it's going to be intense. I know that for sure.
Yeah, IVEU winning the Swiss bracket, I believe. Also, didn't they beat Cold in our last undefeated matchup? Wasn't it IV versus Cold, IVEU versus Cold?
Right.
In that last one, and they ended up winning, so they're undefeated there too already today in EU.
Yeah. And
I think they're both undefeated now too. I think both these teams undefeated. So IVNA, that's just impressive, Pally, to have teams across regions be able to perform at a high level in a game like this and others. It's definitely an achievement.
Yeah, exactly. We touched on it a bit in the EU Cups as well with Finto on the cast, right? Where we're talking about Ivy as well. I gave the whole speech about Ignite there, and it applies to Ivy as well. Really, we're seeing this branded team across our regions, across our games. They're everywhere, and they're high level wherever they go, and they take pride in that as well. So it's really a nice sign of how these esports are growing, how VRML is growing, and the games that we support are growing to support these kind of teams within these leagues. I'm really excited to see lots of stakes, a lot of pride at Play Night.
Franchise is the word I've been searching for.
There you go. I was also trying to think of it. We're supposed to know words tonight, and I couldn't think of it either.
A team brand.
There you go.
A group of a franchise. One of a few that exist within the VRML ecosystem, but obviously also within the VR esports ecosystem, which is growing slowly and steadily, and we love to see it. More folks getting involved, more games getting created, and obviously Orion Drift has a lot of hype around it competitively. So a big shout out to everyone tuning in, hanging out, and enjoying the action today. We're happy that you have been stopping by, and hopefully you've had a good time. We do apologize again for the technical pauses and breaks, but 'tis the nature of hosting a tournament with over 129 teams participating in it, Palador. 200 registered for North America, and all being run by our mod team that, quite frankly, deserves a break. They are tremendous and have been putting in great work today to get us to this 4th round. We'll be diving into OCE for single elimination later tonight, and then EU single elimination top 8, and then back to NA in the Swiss bracket. So a lot of Orion Drift left for later today, or later tonight, depending, and tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon. It's a day filled with action across the network. Challenger Cup for North America for Breachers is live right now. The postseason for Vale is live right now. You can catch all kinds of VR esports action, and soon enough, you'll be able to catch this matchup between these two teams. I do believe we're just waiting on a 4th to jump in for what I believe is Ignite right now. I think IVNA is in here and ready to go.
All right, gotcha. What arena is this so I can catch up? Looks like... Oh, okay, I gotcha. So yeah, just one player left. We got Goblin, Baz, Swag. We're waiting for their 4th there. On the Ivy side, Yuki, Nadash, Mozzie, Piggles, who again, we saw them achieve very, very highly and perform very highly in that Pioneer Cup as well. right to the finals. If I remember correctly. Also, again, I mean, this is actually back-to-back kind of finals rematches we've seen, not by coincidence. In EU, we saw that happen at the end of day one, and now here at the end of day one for NA, we're seeing, again, kind of a day two finals rematch at play. So best possible scenario, and it looks like chat is in agreement with that sentiment there. A lot of hype there for this last match of NA today.
Yes, indeed. As we do have a lobby filled, we should be getting underway with round one soon. So we do appreciate your patience in waiting for this one to crack into. But I think it's maybe going to be worth the wait, quite frankly, Palador, as again, we are just moments away from kicking off our fourth and final round of the evening. A shout out to all the teams that have been playing. If you are one of the teams and you're tuning in, we appreciate you. It's not an easy feat to work through what is 4 hours of Orion Drift, but that's where we're at this afternoon. We're going to be working through 4 hours of Orion Drift, and hopefully everyone's charged their headsets and controllers, and we won't have any disconnects like we did see already today.
Yeah, had a couple of those earlier on, but fingers crossed we won't see any of those, and the only crosses we'll see will be those ankle breakers from these deadly jukers on either side.
What we're waiting for specifically, maybe just some subs out on the roster side.
I think just building up the drama, the anticipation. So
I know,
Swag
right?
is kind of with the production crew, communicates with us. Always so gracious, and I think he knows. We don't want to go right into it. We got to build it.
Yeah, we got to build up the hype. Crash and Tux now is just rolling the ball around the starting point, not putting it in yet. So again, just patiently waiting for everyone to be ready up and for us to get into the game. Again, I do think we have everyone in lobby, so maybe they're just waiting for their subs to be outside in case of a disconnect so they can bring them in, because again, Palador, we've seen that already hold some value today, so who knows? Either way, squads in. I think we're just waiting for Mozzie to ready up in the corner.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then we should be cracking into it.
Absolutely. Again, a lot of strong players here, just catching up with the chat, just pointing out, the history that we talked about, touched on. We got so many players here who now, as of now in VRML Orion Drift, we're seeing two-time potential finalists, going into day two and week two and whatnot. This could indeed be a finals matchup. I mean, for that matter, we've got championship winning / championship caliber players on either of these teams back from the Echo days in VRML as well. So the transitions continue here, for the high level gameplay. A lot of players putting in the work. I talked to Swag a little bit some weeks back, and he was pointing out kind of a funny little combo that we had from like months ago, maybe last year even, where it was just saying, once Echo closed, it was kind of, he loved it so much, but it was one of those cases where it wasn't sure that he'd really have that competitive like fire to do what he did in Echo again in another game. That was months, if not like a year ago, and we kind of both laughed at it as he quoted it and said, well, I can't believe I said that, because look at what I'm doing now, right here at the top level. The pull is too strong, Knight, sometimes with these high level players. They can't stay away, and neither can we.
Yeah, there are other games live right now. Unfortunately, we're not jumping into those at the moment, and I'm not sure what the delay is. You wouldn't expect it from either one of these teams, frankly. I would anticipate both of them to be ready and eager to dive into the action, but maybe just a technical hiccup here as Mozzie does finally come back into the lobby, and hopefully we are going to be good to start this series up soon. We appreciate the patience that everyone has had so far. We are also our patience being tested too, but we just want to cast games with you also, so we do appreciate you bearing with us and waiting for the action to start.
And maybe these teams adjusting their settings, going to those terminals outside, just to tighten things up to their liking right before we begin here. We saw that actually in the last match there with Sunshine between rounds. Some settings being adjusted, maybe muting or unmuting or hiding specs. I'm not quite sure. But either way, we've got our casting specs on indeed. Waiting to start here in the near future. Of course, as Knight alluded to, we have our other channels live as well across the VRML network. So many streams, in fact, across multiple games night. It's just been crazy how locked in our casting team has been and all these players across multiple games.
Yeah, it's awesome to have the VRML Network and the VRML production team coming together and doing what we do best, putting on a good quality show for anyone that enjoys VR esports. I've given through already. I mean, I can't get teased anymore. It's ridiculous how close we are to starting this round. And finally, thank you so much for waiting. We are ready for our last round of the day. It's not like it's been 4, 8, 10 hours of content that we've been pumping out here. But here we are into Ignite versus IVNA as we dive into things for round 1.
All right, here we go. First possession going Yuki's way. Swag the tackle, but a pass to Mozzie. Mozzie, some separation, and will be Nadash unable to proclaim that first goal, being sent back towards Yuki in the midfield, and off they go again, resetting wisely there to Mozzie, working their way back up that floor. Oh, nice delivery on that pass. Might have had a goal opportunity, and they'll get it after all. Pass up the first one, but the second provided.
Ignite coming out the gate fast here, Palador. That was a quick goal for them to be scoring up against IVNA, no less, as Goblin tries to dive up and scoop up that intercept. Baz also on the back line, swatting it away, and the ball floating in the midfield, and no one home. Everyone just tackling each other.
Indeed, goal momentarily exposed there, but they will have the ball for a moment. The players here on Ivy trying to separate and get some space on the floor, although the turnovers rather occurring back and forth here. Mozzie and Crash kind of contesting each other equally there with some ferocity as Swagwar takes control of the ball, passes it off to Baz, and couldn't get it past that excellent defensive wall.
Yeah, and Baz just getting their fingertips on that one. It was barely them getting a hold of it as Nadash just barely manages to hold on to the top halo there. Swats it back to the clear to Mozzie behind them, and it's again Ignite trying to get their setup here, trying to push down for the attack, and a nice interrupt. Piggles not quite home in the midfield, but somehow they'll scrape it through on the bottom. All right, that was, well, one way of putting a point into the board, Pally.
Yes, indeed. Right back on the board again, and real quickly, can I get your other stream night? Thank you. And we'll be up here on another offensive play, really dangerously close to the goal, but unable to get it going.
Saying it stings when no one's listening.
Nice swat away by the likes
and let me know if you
of Ignite as they keep themselves on the attack. Goblin going to try and brawl for control in the corner and ultimately won't quite find it. Swats it away for the clear in the midfield, and Crash and Tuck scoops it up. An opportunity for a shot on goal. It's a long one, but it's to the wide corner. Swagwar follows it up. And finally, a point for IVNA. Took a little bit, but they got one. 2 minutes.
Swagwar there for Ivy. Team switch, I believe there. Swagwar on the Ignite side by the by. So Ignite up 2-1 on that note. As it will be now Mozzie. Oh, great bouncer right below the feet, essentially, of the defenders. Able to capture their points. Put them here on the scoreboard again.
I thought it was, is it 3-1 Ivy then? Is Ivy on orange side?
Ivy is Swag and Baz and
yeah, they are on the black side. I had it right. They are in red on the black side. They are they are pushing on the orange team, which is Ignite. Or no, Ignite is on the black side is what you're saying. Okay, I apologize. So yes, we are going to swap, and Ivy is in the lead here against Ignite right now as Swagwar looks for a point on the board, but it's denied by Nadash.
Okay, and we'll be now being crashed upon by Piggles. Pig sending it down deep, unable to find anything there. Open goal for the moment, but Piggles now being contested by Baz, slinging it backwards to Crash. Crash and Swagwar now separating, trying to find some angles on the floor as they move it right up, and again, just looking for the passing plays, those passing angles. You'll notice that these top teams, they don't tend to crowd around the ball too much. You can see so much open space on both sides every time the ball changes possession.
Yeah, and a nice scoop up there from Swagwar. Again, a lot of open space, like you said. Going to be able to get that free cross up to Gooplin, and the shot on goal goes in. A wonderful play by the 1-2 punch from Ignite.
There you go. Goblin gets it. Gets to go here. We still have about a minute of play left.
Ball's in play.
Close round at play as Yuki working the offense. Bounce pass to Piggles. And Piggles sending it to Nadash, but maybe miscommunicated there. We'll try to reset, but Swagwar playing catch-up to that ball.
Yeah, maybe now going to put another point on the board, tie this thing up 3-3 across past the Goblin. It goes a little bit high. They tried to underhand it there, but Baz on the back line catching the rebound. It's nice to have on the rebound on these passes, something to think about when you're setting up for your plays on the front line there, something that obviously IVNA have thought about.
Yes, indeed. And right now, just thinking about these seconds winding down, Nadash will scoot and skate around that nest, not too pressured yet, but then waits for Goblin to approach, does so, to release the ball into the midfield and into the backfield, actually, as Baz and Swagwar now create a turnover and bring it up the floor there right towards Mozzie, who slings it out, slaps it towards Piggles, and Piggles, a deep shot, a little off. No, it's on. Oh, my goodness, but the time expired.
Reminder of the beautiful unity that Drift
I don't know if it counted. I think it's a 3-2 map one, or round one win there, but hey, it would have gone in. It would have been 4-2. Either way, it is IVNA on the orange side taking the win against Ignite on round one. I mean, I thought Ignite would definitely come out with a bit of a stronger, more powerful lead, but we are into these undefeated rosters, and IVNA is looking solid.
Well, absolutely. Again, we're seeing these teams here already competed head-to-head in the Pioneer Cups in those finals, and so we've seen them play. We've seen them kill it out there. Could go either way for sure. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at any results, to be honest. But Ignite here, obviously, coming from the Crane gang namesake, wanting to make a name, not make a name, I say reestablish the name of Ignite here in Orion Drift. So certainly wanting to do that here as they go into the second round and just reorganize.
Hold on to your heart balls, friends. It's go time.
By the way, IV are continuing their reign and their franchise development across the Orion Drift space, as they look good going into round number 2 with a little bit of a lead. Nadash up top, swats it away, looks for the push forward. Going to get down into the zone here of Ignite, but so far no cross pass for the goal, no setup as Nadash goes to the backfield. Nice little roll up to the top line there, using their boost to get a nice little carve and push up through the center. A toss to Mozzie. The goal is open, but the shot doesn't come through.
A great tackle, because otherwise, yeah, that goal was fairly exposed. But the timely tackle will give them another chance here at the offense. However, Piggles receiving that pass. A self-pass maybe attempted there. Couldn't really find the angle, so lost the ball, lost control of it as Yuki slides in with a quick grab on that ball. Crash and Tucks crashing into Yuki with a tackle and sends it waywards. Right past Mozzie to Baz. Baz, the immediate release, bit wide as Piggles retains.
That was a little dangerous. Got a little close to what was an undefended goal, as Piggle's going to work their way down through the sewers, get an opportunity for a one-on-one. No, they get dive bomb by Crash and Tux from the top. Not expecting to get that tackle there, and again, brawling into the corner. Mozzie swats it up to a nice cross that gets scooped up by Nadash, and an open goal opportunity. That's a beautiful one, too. IVNA back in the lead.
Yeah, beautiful hit there. Just enough to squeeze it past Swag there. Got the hands on it, but still counted right there at the end as a goal. Tough one to concede as Nadash now slings it towards Baz. And it will be lost there to Mozzie, and then right back to Baz. A few exchanges of possession in that danger zone area as Crash and Tuck sends a deep flinger. Nadash is there to cover that goal, though.
Yeah, definitely not where you want to have the ball kind of dangling in front of your goal. Is not a good spot for that to happen, but they do clear it out, and over to the side we go. Yuki able to scoop it up. A nice pass to Mozzie. Can they set up for a center cross in the midfield? No, it gets swatted away by the defense, and maybe even a setup for the attack. Is this going to go in? Swagwar is going to nurse it through.
Sure will, and then that'll get them going here on this round, about halfway through it. One of those easy open shots that kind of let you breathe a sigh of relief and say, okay, we did it. We can now feel not so pressure. We're not playing on our heels. It's basically 1-1. It's no lead either direction. We can take the pressure off of us and now reset into our normal game. Still halfway through this round to go though, Knight, and again going either way. I can see the results happening for either team as they go approach now on offense here for Goblin and Co. But we'll lose the ball actually.
Yeah, good defensive swat. Yuki comes crashing down. Swagwar knocks one up, and Nadash with a bit of a clear out. Mozzie keeps the ball moving forward into the attack position. A good back and forth between Mozzie and Piggles. Mozzie now working up to the attack line, and Piggles going to go for the shot on goal. That would have been a heck of a passing sequence between the two of them to work past that defensive front line.
Another thing I'm noticing too that I want to point out, if I hopefully have a second, some of these chases on the ball in the midfield. So another difference between top teams and maybe teams still trying to climb that ladder. Some teams trying to climb, they'll just throw those haphazard random clears if they don't have a pass. But these times, if they don't have a pass available, these teams in that midfield, they're actually tossing it right into the goal. Oh, not quite. They're actually tossing it into the sidewalls as opposed to a clear towards the goals, trying to basically self-pass it. Just a subtle difference, but basically when they don't have that pass, they find a pass of themselves instead of interception on the other end.
Yeah, you want to offer up the ball to the wall rather than your opponent, I think, is maybe a good philosophy.
Yeah,
but
that's a concise way to explain my mouthful.
As Nadas does push up here, a nice cross pass to Piggles, and Baz reaches behind into the cookie jar and finds themselves a cookie.
What a spectacle it is, and a delicious one at that. So sweet. Trying to get back into the goal, though. There's Crash and Tux with a deep clear, deep fling. Maybe just a pass, actually, communicated towards Baz. I'd love to see that positioning, that team play at work as the ball goes straight into Crash's arms once again, evading Mozzie and trying to evade Pickles as well with a nice handoff pass there. Oh, a little bit of zigging when they should have zagged, and a potential turnover here.
Yep, they went for a pass to the right instead of the left, and it ended up in a turnover. But Crash and Tux does scoop it up and tries to set up for the attack on the bottom line. And there's that self-pass you talked about on full display. Pickles works their way up for the juke and can't quite put the point onto the board.
Yeah, useful tool in the bag of tricks. Indeed, Jucifer referencing the same thing there. Maybe part of the meta, indeed, not something you want to go to all the time, but you know, if you don't have your passing options, it's a much better option than just sending it right to the enemy team. And that's one of those things, just trying to balance that idea of when to do it and when not to.
As we do 5 for contention here, they are trying to decide, when do I want to go for a swag play? When do I want to go for a 360? When do I want to get that sweet, sweet highlight reel for myself at home? Because, well, there's not a lot of OD tournaments yet. I assume there's going to be tremendous coming, as there seems to be a lot of hype around them. And that shot goes a bit wide. Crash and Tuck swats it away. Down in the midfield, quickly scooped up by Yuki, keeps the attack going here. Nada sends another one, but a little wide.
Spectacular save there, as we are in an OT situation, about a minute in at this point, maybe 45 seconds or so. So next goal will win this round, as Goblin tries to send that one down. Yuki interrupting, ejecting it to the midfield, right past the arms of Crash and Tux, scurrying for position and possession for that matter, as it goes up high. Nadash able to recover. Nadash being approached by a pair of defenders, sending it down to Baz now. The intensity here is palpable, Nightfire, as these teams now, who we've seen go for those 5-minute overtimes in the Pioneer Cup. I mean, we might be at third of that now.
We seriously could be. It's the second round of this best of 3. IVNA in the lead off of a successful round 1 victory. And obviously, Ignite trying to put a point of them for a round of themselves on the board so they can guarantee at least a 4-round series here today. But it's not easy, Pally. This is a tough nut to crack, as the IVNA defense is definitely on point.
Absolutely. Just deadlocked here at 1 apiece. Both these teams fighting for their lives and putting it all on the line. So much intensity and sweat being expended, no doubt, as Mozzie now loses the handles. Actually, no, sends it over to Nadash. Be Crash. He'll lose the handles just for a moment as he taps it backwards. Piggles, though, well covered in the goal. Not going to allow any easy open ones as it gets tackled out now. Swag War does eye it down a bit too high. Mozzie sends it right back at him into the midfield.
A little too close for comfort, quite frankly. That cross there as Nada scoops it up a little too close for comfort as well. A couple of shot attempts on goal that end in not much, as Swag War resets, gets the momentum build up, and goes for a nice pass up to Goblin. The cross there, Swag War barreling forward. Baz on the back line, Goblin's here. Swag War on the follow-up, and no, it doesn't go in.
Oh, I live for these matches. This is crazy. So many near misses, near shots taken as they will approach the goal. There's Baz, there's Crash, and there's Piggles with a recovery, sending it to Yuki. Yuki, immediate fling towards Swag War. Swag the save, and Swag the clear towards Nadash. Baz will get the ball, but not for long. Mozzie disrupting. Some craziness unfolding here in Orion Drift. Midfield madness.
Absolute great defensive work coming in here. Really disciplined for Swag War to be on that back line and stop what would have been an open goal shot in basically any other series from going in. And they can only do that because their team is so strong as a trio, let alone if all four were to commit to that offensive push. So lucky to have them on the back line. There's Goblin and denied again. Follows up by Swagwar. No, Crash and Tux tries to put it through and can't. Somehow this defensive wall just does not get penetrated. We stay tied 1-1. Swagwar with a big intercept. An open goal, and it goes through.
Oh, bagged and tagged and swagged, rocked and rolled to finally end the OT and ended with an Ignite victory at that. So the series now evened up. What a crazy round. That was maybe a 3-minute overtime, I think, Nightfire, somewhere along those lines. And it could have kept on going. Wow.
Yeah, multiple highlights from that last round coming in, and woo, overtime. These two teams battling it out. Now we're guaranteed 4 rounds. It was worth it to wait around a little bit. It was worth it to wait around for this series to unfold in front of us here, as it is going to be, again, the last one that we tune into on this channel. Some of the other OD channels should be winding down as well with their last best of 5 series. And so I'm happy we got a few extra rounds here, Palador, as round number 3 fires up.
Yeah, no, if we're lucky and the VRML script writers are giving us the favor, we're going to see some more rounds yet to come, maybe even a 5th one. Finally, the elusive 5th one. A lot of round 4s, no round 5s on our cast here so far. Might be changing soon, though, as we get a little bit of a near cloud shot of sorts, taking the bounce off that nest area, the halo area. But yeah, possession exchanging rapid fire style in the openings of round 3.
Piggles quickly looking for a play there. Tries to toss it up for a bounce off the wall, but it doesn't quite get the bounce they were hoping for. It ends in a bit of a back and forth pass-wise. As a nice slap pass to Yuki. Ends with a shot that goes just a little bit short.
And Baz with control of the ball just sends it ahead, leading Goblin on that pass. Yuki is there to disrupt with some tackles. Fizzin trying to save the teammate as Goblin comes around. Mozzie being pushed off there by Swag, Mozzie, and Piggles now assaulting Swag. But we'll be coming away with the ball. Fizzin for a moment after a clear deeply into the arms of Goblin. Now Goblin immediately flings towards Baz at the opposite side. You can tell the communication is there. They know where the passes are going next, even before that initial recovery happens. Again, that communication staples of teams like this.
And now Goblin getting some good momentum from the back line, but disrupted by Yuki. A great dive and stab out from them. That keeps the ball from getting too close to their goal at a high rate of speed. As Goblin again with momentum comes flying around. The pass up to Fizzin goes wide. Nadash intercepts it. A big intercept. That one almost got scooped up. Goblin can't quite control the dribble. And Piggles has a 1v1 with Baz on the front line. They'll try and push out to defend, but it's a goal.
They've done it.
For the likes of IVNA.
Hey, when you're a pig and you see that basically one-on-one drive at the goal, you're like a pig in mud. You just love it.
Ball's in play.
And definitely sticked it right there where it needed to go in that pocket. Again, the placement with a purpose on those shots.
Swagwar on the rollout nearly had a goal there as it just touches a little bit on the edge, and as Crash and Tux gathers up some turbo, they're going to want to be a little bit on the defense there. A nice intercept off the geometry there. Has the boost to get up to the top halo. Going to cross pass up to Baz, but Piggles intercepts.
And slaps it over to Swag, who momentarily loses control of the ball, and will, in fact, to Yuki, who dives in. Yuki is slapped into the trench. Swagwar right back at them, playing some ping pong, as it will be back to the sideline. Goblin and Mozzie chasing down the ball. A shot, or a clear rather, into the midline. No one was there, so now just a race for the ball, as Nadash will be the one to recover it.
And a good shot from Nadash. What a great palm pass to the top corner there. That's shot with intention, Palador. I think it's threaded in to that very tiny top corner there, and it's a 2-0 lead for IVNA.
Yeah, and that's based on the scoring pace of the last couple rounds now. I mean, that might be enough to win it at this rate. The defense here is ridiculous from both these teams. They don't concede a whole lot of easy goals either way, so 2 points is actually a lot bigger than it seems here.
Mozzie scoops it up, gonna look for the push, and yeah, you're absolutely right. 2 points could be all they need, as we do get a look at the crowd. Love to see them all tuning in, catching the action. And ball control, fumbling around in the midfield here.
Yeah, no better place to be for the spectators, whether in-game or over in the YouTube chat or especially in the casting desk, as these players continue to vie for control in that midfield. 1 minute and 25 remaining in this round. And Ignite just trying to bounce back after a successful last round in overtime, but unable to capture that magic here so far in the offensive end, at least, as Swagwar tries to change that fate right now with a pass to Baz.
Good pass to Baz, no less. The cross up to Gooblin, and it's denied. A nice swat away by the likes of the defense from IVNA. That front line wall, the IVNA wall, just so hard to break through as Swagwar flies and flutters their way through and denied by Bazzi. The shot goes just wide. Baz scoops up the reattempt and can't quite find their shot either. Crash and Tux keeps the offense going, though.
You see just the intensity of that defense, and again, the players for Ignite well aware of that, so they're really trying to shoot it in places that evade the goal, as they do. Goblin gets it right through that in the mid lane, but after so many of those attempts going left pocket, right pocket, kind of taking those high bounces all over the place, and that's what a good defender will do to you. It'll screw you up mentally when you try to drive and get those shots that you normally are used to getting so easily.
On board the goalie here as they sit and wait for what could be the push from the likes of Ignite to have ball control on the outer edge of IVNA's zone. Crash and Tux pushes in, looks for the shot there, but Mozzie flies up to intercept it.
Oh, that would have been big to send us into another overtime. Still potential yet. Swagwar, though, being stunned by Yuki, tackled rather, and that will do it. A game-saving tackle. Credit to Yuki to secure this round 3 victory.
IVNA trying to go undefeated across EU and NA today in the Swiss bracket, Pally, and that would be a pretty impressive achievement for them to be able to do that across their brand, across
franchise.
the IV name for the franchise. Yeah, it is impressive. They're definitely stepping up their game today. I figured Ignite kind of the favorites in this series, but so far IVNA have been making it very difficult for them to get offensive set up.
Yeah, certainly, and as we've touched on in our other casts as well, at the top level, these teams, anything can change, even just in a few short weeks. That comes down to those little tiny advantages. Any team at the top is always at risk of losing that top position, if they have just a little bit of a bad day or they miss a scrim or two, things like that. I mean, there's such a large amount of hungry teams really looking to take those top spots and impress on streams like Ivy is right now, but Ignite certainly as well in the latter round, the second round. As we get a quick score there off this next joust.
I mean, couldn't even finish your opening thought, Pally. They put it in the first 10 seconds, and Yuki with another intercept. That's an open goal shot, but Swagwar is home to fly up with boost and stop that from going in.
And Swagwar being interrupted there by Nadash on the approach. Mozzie recovering the ball for a moment. Will dribble around that wall, being tagged by Swag, though, as it's retaken by Crash, being bothered by Nadash. So, again, a volley of possession changes there. There's Baz in the right place, right time, and slips it by the feet of Mozzie.
That was a heater. Slapped in by Baz, really nicely done, and again an intentional shot to the corner for them to go up a point on the board. Still down, or now tied 1-1. We'll see if they can find anything else. Piggle's looking for the pass there, but it was a little wide.
Crash and Tux, right before Mozzie gets there, is able to send one midfield. Bounces down towards those sewers and up that ramp as these teams trying to vie again. Goblin will chase down the ball along with Nadash. And first to it is actually Yuki just popping up from behind to assault Goblin and now enable some more midfield madness here. These teams all tied up. Swagwar looking to change that now. There's Baz, the pass. Baz, the 1-on-1. No! It's Piggles, denied.
That was a sick save from Piggles, reaching out to get that one, stopping it from going in. Goblin with a big intercept. Cross passes up to Baz, but Baz not able to get their hands on it before it's interrupted and swatted away. And that clear could be bad news as it goes into the zone of Ignite.
And Swagwar able to get to the ball first there. Will dribble it up the floor, but met at the apex there of the jump by Nadash. Nadash, a little bit of a hurried clear, so returns the ball right towards Swag's mitts. But then Piggles, kind of the same thing. Every time Swag gets up in the air, he's met by a tackler on the defense from Ivy.
Yeah, it is just an aggressive tackle heavy IVNA defense right now because they are just trying to throw off setups, trying to slow the ball down a little bit, and maybe just look for an opening, a mistake, a open goal opportunity to push this up to a 2-1. But time's ticking down. 2:30 left on the clock in our 4th round today.
Yeah, but still low scoring, yet high intensity, highly entertaining. That's why you see all the spectators around the outside of the arena as well. They're very curious in the outcome of this match, this finals rematch from Pioneer Cup, going right back to the midfield where Yuki overtakes it.
Yeah, and we have so many people tuning in, we're losing name tags, which is great to see. Lots of folks stopping by, probably the entire server finishing their games as we do get into this 4th round, and everyone watching to see who is going to come out on top. If you factor it all in, Pally, we probably have maybe 50 folks all tuning in on the outer arena here, watching this series as these two battle it out.
Absolutely, and it's a beauty to see there. It doesn't get better than that. The seats, front row seats, essentially, to these two top teams. Rolling in now for a potential goal, and again is Mozzie. Oh, beautiful pass, nice and easy, and it's not easy, but they made it look like it was.
Yeah, seriously, it's so hard to even catch the ball.
Yeah,
let alone scoop it up on the run, on the cross, and slap it in for a goal. That is impressive. Baz trying to get that one, can't quite get their hold of it. And Swag War with a lot of momentum. Gonna look for that dribble, look for the big rotation, look for the wall carve up top, and then gets interrupted into the corner.
Indeed, and intercepted by Nadash with a deep fling down where Swag is still awaiting. Down by a point with a minute or so left here, minute and 5 seconds. So will be of great import for Ignite to get back on the scoreboard. And meanwhile, Ivy just trying to deny it with some control or even a goal. That will be huge if they do it, and they will. Mozzie, the celebration, leaving them in the dust, and that will be a 2-point advantage with only 50 seconds.
Nice job here from this IVNA squad. Crash and Tux with an incredibly fast answer back. Hey, there's time. Ignite aren't out of this one yet, and if you're ever going to count a team out, you can't do it with a squad like Ignite.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what player combination they have on that roster, that you can never count them out. That was a running theme back in Echo. Oh, Ignite's about to lose, and then suddenly they come back in about 10 seconds flat. So you can't count them out until that timer is out, and it's coming here soon. With 19 seconds, they're contesting their Swag War. Trying to get control of that ball. Baz as well, and Crash and Tux. Huge possession coming up, and Swag War receives that pass. Over to Baz, and Baz, oh no, denied by Nadash. No way!
That was so close. It's scooped up by Goblin, though. They're going to stay on the offense. Goblin's going to get an opportunity. The cross pass there gets swatted away again. It's going to float up, and hit the bottom ground. It's IVNA taking the win against Ignite in this best-of-5 series. Not what I was expecting to see, but happy to see it today.
My goodness, yeah. Ivy, again, finals rematch, essentially from NA Pioneer Cup a few weeks back.
Yeah.
We've seen, again, Ivy EU in our finals for day one just hours ago. And yeah, playing a bit of a spoiler here on the returning champions from the Pioneer Cup. Ivy showing they've got the stuff, and indeed, who else got the stuff? A shout out to Nadash with some 6 saves there at the end. Really important to secure that win as well. What a match. And look at the again, just the excitement as the match ends. All the players in the fields now rolling around, talking about what just happened. Some crazy stuff. What an exciting day one of streams night.
Yeah, I'm happy that we got to catch what was, Palador, a great final to the series, and ultimately a lot of fun. You know, this was what we expected in the NA Ignition Cup. We're going to get this all again later today. OCE is going to be starting at 11 p.m. PST, and then NA begins back at 3 p.m. PST. EU finishing at 9 a.m. PST. There's a lot left for later tonight and Sunday, so do be sure to subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We want to see you around for more action. We want to see more faces tuning in to the games, as we do see Mr. Justry showing off in the background. We appreciate all the players too, in particular, everyone that did play and is tuning in. Thank you so much for spending the time. But we spent the time. It's been nearly 4.5 hours of us running tournaments and broadcasting, and we are going to take a well-deserved break. Palador is going to sleep. I'm going to rest before OCE begins. But, like I said, a lot more Orion Drift tournament action this weekend. So, subscribe, tune in later. My name's been Nightfire with 2 E's, my co-caster Palador. We'll see you next time. Stay classy. Orion Drift.